Central Placement Services, Kenya Water Institute, Kenyatta International Convention Center, Kerio Valley Development Authority, Kibo Seed Company Limited, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency, National Communication Secretariat, National Council for Population Development, National Environment Complaints Committee, National Industrial Training Authority, Nuclear Power Energy Agency Staff Car and Mortgage Loan Scheme Fund, People's Trust Party, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Simlo Seeds Company Kenya Limited, Simlo Seeds Company Uganda or U Limited, South Nyanza Sugar Company Limited, State Department for Forestry, State Department for Medical Services, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards, State Department for Sports, State Department for Tourism, State Department for Water and Sanitation, Statement of Outstanding Obligations guaranteed by the Government of Kenya, Tobacco Control Board, and Water Resource Authority. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Silvanus. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 9th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the vetting of the Dr. Jane Kere Ibunya as nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and the Human Capital Development.
Thank you. Mwenyekiti kamati ya utangamano na kikanda.
Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kuwasilisha waraka ifuatayo kwenye meza ya Bunge la Taifa leo, Jumatano tarehe 9 Aprili mwaka wa 2025. Ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda kuhusu ukaguzi wa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wakati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Shukran.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 9th of April 2025. As a report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the vetting of Ms. Regina Akoth Ombam for the appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 9th April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on the vetting of Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, OGW, nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Labor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give a notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Dr. Jane Kere Ibunya as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a notice of motion on appointment of Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Health in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday 9th, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Dr. Oluga Frederick Ouma, OGW, as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Ministry of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Clerk, you can go back to order number 2.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Nyamita, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I want to give a short communication on an incident of violent altercation between a sitting member and a former member of Parliament. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that I'm in receipt of an incident report from the Chief Sergeant at Arms through the Clerk of the National Assembly regarding a violent altercation that occurred within the precincts of Parliament yesterday, Tuesday, 8th April 2025. The altercation, which is captured in a video in circulation, involved the Honorable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed MP, a member of this House, and the Honorable Iman Falhada Deko MP, former Senator and current member of the East African Legislative Assembly. Also involved was a visitor whom I'm notified was a visitor to the Honorable Falhada. Honorable members, the Honorable Falhada was within Parliament on courtesy of the honor for Parliament to accord former members of Parliament and members of the IALA the privilege to have unhindered access to Parliament and access certain facilities reserved for sitting members, including the gym. Honorable members, continued enjoyment of this privilege by non-sitting members requires the benefiting members conduct themselves in decorous manner while within Parliament. It is therefore regrettable that having been accorded such privileges, the Honorable Falhada conducted herself in an undignified manner. Honorable members, having reviewed the video and incident report, it's clear that the violent altercation between the Honorable Umulkhair MP and Honorable Falhada casts Parliament in bad light and is likely to reflect adversely on the dignity or integrity of Parliament and indeed the sanctity of the precincts of Parliament. Ordinarily, order, Karemba. Order. Ordinarily, honorable members, such a matter would merit referral to the Committee of Powers and Privileges for consideration and recommendation of appropriate action. Indeed, several members keen on guarding the dignity of Parliament and its presence have already approached me, requesting that I invoke the provisions of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 6, and cause the incident to be considered by the Committee of Powers and Privileges. However, honorable members, given that the incident involved a sitting member and a former member, I'm inclined to first accord the nominated member, Honorable Mulher, the opportunity to explain herself and whatever explanation she gives, also to apologize to the House for the unbecoming conduct. With respect to Honorable Falhada, the Yala Member of Parliament, I note that she does not have a platform to address the House on the floor of this House. In this regard, I direct that the member explains herself to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission in writing by 5 p.m. on Monday, 14th April 2025. In the meantime, Honorable Falhada is forthwith precluded from accessing the precincts of Parliament, Parliament buildings and facilities for a period of 90 days, save on the day and time when she will deliver her written explanation to the Speaker, in which case she must be escorted by Sergeant at Arms. Honorable members, upon reviewing the response by the Honorable Falhada, I'll guide the House accordingly on any further or other action that can be taken not only on her but also on the Honorable Umulher, based on the apologies that I have directed them to tender. Having said that, honorable members, I shudder at the fact that the recording of the video of the altercation between the two honorable members is claimed to have been done by a sitting member of this House. Should the claim be ascertained, it will also attract the sanctions under Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 6. Nonetheless, I hasten to caution members to resist the temptation of falling into such abhorrent behavior. Honorable members, I've told you before, sitting in my chamber, I've watched some members here filming the proceedings of this House. And I did call one member and cautioned him because the Speaker then on the chair did not notice. Let's avoid this kind of unhelpful behavior. I wish to remind all honorable members that Rule number 4 of the Speaker's rules places the responsibility of the conduct of a visitor on the member who invites such a visitor to Parliament. So when you bring in any visitor, lawyers will know there is a doctrine called Raylands versus Fletcher. Automatically applies that if you collect and keep any dangerous animal, substance, or material, and such material, animal, or substance harms people, you are directly responsible for any such harm. I therefore request members to assist pardon? It's called the doctrine of Raylands versus Fletcher. I therefore request members to assist in enforcing the Speaker's orders necessary for decorous conduct within the precincts of Parliament and the facilities accessible to visitors. Honorable members, I now direct the Honorable nominated member, the Honorable Mulher Harun Mohammed, to proceed to explain herself to the House and tender an apology in the manner set out by the practice of this House. Honorable members, as she comes to do so, I want to appraise the House that this kind of behavior is not new to this Parliament. In 1975, the late Honorable Jean Marie Seroney and Joseph Martin Shikuku were arrested in the presence of Parliament and locked up. In 1980, the then Assistant Minister for Health and Kirinyaga member, James Njiru, had a violent altercation with one Nahashon Juno in the private members' rooms. In January 2000, the Honorable David Mwenje of Embakasi had a violent altercation with the then MP from Bita, the Honorable Otieno Kajwang. In January 2001, the Honorable Ochila Ayako, then member for Rongo, had a violent altercation with Shem Ochodo in this House. On July 28th, 1999, the Honorable David Murade had a violent altercation with the Honorable Stephen Dicho, trading blows in the presence of Parliament. In 1997, the Honorable Otieno Kopio punched an assistant minister called Joseph Misoi in the presence of this Parliament. This was a confrontation in presence of a member called Mukhisa Kitui. In 1980, the Honorable Justus Oletipis violently attacked the Honorable Robert Matano with a rungu in the presence of this parliament. In 2006, again the Honorable Mwenje and the member for Makadara, Honorable Ruben Dolo, had a confrontation in Parliament. In 2010, the Honorable Lotodo and an Honorable Lagat fought at the bar of this Parliament, and many others. So, Honorable Mulher, you now join the ignominious group of those, and the first woman to be involved in a violent altercation in Parliament. Of course, I have skipped Honorable Babo Wino and Jaguar had a violent confrontation and altercation in this House. I urge you, honorable members, you are called honorable because you are people of honor. And this honor is not yours. It is the honor of the people who send you here. So you carry that decorum and dignity not for yourself, but for the people who gave you the privilege out of many others to come to this parliament to represent them. Thank you. Yes, Mbai, you want to fight? It's an honorable fight. Yes, Umulher, you will hear her in silence. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42E, I rise to make a personal statement regarding the unfortunate incident that occurred yesterday within the precincts of Parliament and is now unfortunately in public circulation. Honorable Speaker, yesterday afternoon on my way to the mosque to make my Salah prayers, I met the member for Iyala and former nominated Senator, Honorable Iman Falhada, a colleague in this House, met me and the Honorable Falhada and requested us to have a talk and catch up as we took an afternoon cup of tea. During our conversation, I inquired from Honorable Falhada about incidences where she had personally attacked me and abused me in public forums and social media, as well as extending her verbal insults to my extended family. I was seeking audience with her to find a truce, not anticipating that she would throw a cup of tea at me, an incident that blindsided me. Honorable Speaker, however, at the spur of the moment, what was to be a normal conversation turned ugly. Honorable Falhada publicly attacked me, and it took the intervention of other persons to stop her, hence the unfortunate incident yesterday afternoon. I wish to sincerely apologize to this House and the public for the incident and regret yesterday's events. Honorable Speaker, in my 28 years of life, I have never been involved in any fight, and I feel bad for what happened yesterday as a member of this House and as a Muslim woman. I wish to go on record that I hold the dignity of this House and the public in high esteem, and I apologize and regret yesterday's unfortunate incident. I apologize to my aggressor, Honorable Falhada, for the uncalled attack against myself and my family. My oath of office that I took behooves me to walk away, even when justified to respond. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank my colleagues and everyone who called me after the incident and offered words of guidance and wisdom. I'm forever grateful, and I will hold your close words of guidance, and I take lessons of yesterday's incidents in stride. Honorable Speaker, allow me to also express disappointment by those who took advantage of the unfortunate incident and decided to record and share with the public one of my lowest moments in life, and especially as a woman. Low moments are inevitable for every human being under the sun, and mine was yesterday. This reality calls upon us to extend arms and rather, This reality calls upon us to extend arms of embrace rather than of public humiliation. I, however, let this pass and forgive anyone who may have taken advantage of the situation. Honorable Speaker, finally allow me to reiterate my commitment to upholding the dignity of this House and to continue discharging my duties in accordance with my oath of office. I once again tender my unreserved apology to this House and the public for the unfortunate incident. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Mulher. I also confirm that immediately after the incident, about 1 hour thereafter, the Honorable Mulher sent to the Speaker a message of regret and apology for the indignity visited on the House of Parliament with that incident. Thank you, Honorable Mulher. Once I hear from Falhada and we get a full investigation report, you still are not off the hook. Both you and whoever did the recording will get some further directions. I don't want to open debate on this, members. Yeah? Order, honorable members, you know, if I give you an opportunity to speak, you are going to discuss the conduct of the person of Honorable Mulher without a substantive motion, which is against standing orders. Whatever sympathies you have for her or against her, quietly go to her and tell her so that she can feel your empathy. But to allow you to comment, I will not, because it will offend standing orders. Both Falhada is an honorable member of an institution that is part of our parliamentary setup in the region, and she's elected by this House to go to Iyala. So she enjoys that privilege. So does Honorable Mulher. The issue of recording is being investigated by parliamentary police and the sergeant at arms. I don't want to have any presumptions as to who it was. Once the report comes, you will get communication. On the same issue, something different. If you are captured in that video, depending on what you are doing, you will also be punished. There is a criminal offense called aiding and abetting the commission of a crime. Yes. So you are either aiding or abetting. Yes. Yes, Mulher? I thought you are done.
No. Speaker, I need to mention that I am short-sighted, so when I was in the middle of the scuffle, I noticed Honorable Mpuri was recording the video. And immediately after the incident, I approached him and asked him not to release the video because he was the only person recording. So I wonder what his intention was, and I wonder if this was a targeted attack and if he was part of the incident, because the other lady was an outsider from Parliament. I did not anticipate a fight, Honorable Speaker. If you saw the video, I was in a white dress. Somebody in white does not come to fight. And the lady is known to
There is no scientific evidence to that.
Mr. Speaker, it is in the doctrines of the female dressing that we wear white to show peace. So I want to let the House know that Honorable Mpuri is the one who recorded the clip.
I can tell you, Mulher, that in the last Parliament, in the 12th Parliament, we were violently attacked in that gallery by the member for Thika, Alice Nganga, and she was dressed in white. So your statement is not...
Mr. Speaker, in Islam, white means a different message.
So
I saw him record it, and I really want to ask him why he did that, because he was the only person who was...
Don't ask him, leave him to the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
We'll beat him, then we'll bring
We will deal with it once the investigations are over. Commissioner Makao, what is it? Not on this matter.
Indeed, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you've really ruled accordingly, but I want to inform the House. Yesterday, when I had lunch, I was seated next to the Honorable Member of Raleigh, one Honorable Kaangara. And I think, Mr. Speaker, let me say you've ruled very well, because if we escalate this matter, it will still go to the public. And it is our duty to protect this parliament by all means. I request, Mr. Speaker, as you have guided, that we leave this matter here, because even me, as a member of the PSC, I witnessed and I saw who recorded. And I thought, because he's an experienced member of parliament, we will not release it to protect the image of this parliament. So I think, Mr.
Assist to the investigations by recording a statement at the Parliament Police.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm the chairman security, so I think it will be my rightful duty to do that.
Absolutely.
I
Go ahead and do
thank
so.
you. Okay.
On a light note, Honorable Nyikal tells me that when Honorable Njuno and Njiru violently fought here, they ended up being treated by him at the ICU at the Kenyatta Hospital. So don't go that route, honorable members. If you are unable to argue with each other, to reason with each other, leave the scene and wait for another day. Next order. Honorable members, we have a supplementary order paper in place that we'll use. Let's go back to order number 6. I'm told the Vice Chair of Trade, the Chair is here to give a notice of motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in the report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, and pursuant to the provision of the Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Ms. Regina Akoth Ombam as Principal Secretary, State Department for Trade. Thank you.
In Mayaka.
Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kutoa arifa ya hoja ifuatayo kwamba Bunge la Taifa liridhie ripoti ya kamati ya utangamano wa kikanda kuhusu ziara ya ukaguzi kwa taasisi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wakati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania, iliyowasilishwa kwenye meza ya Bunge Jumatano tarehe 9 Aprili mwaka wa 2025. Shukran.
Thank you. Many of you should try and emulate that. You know, Swahili and English enjoy equal status under our Constitution. Enda kwa library utafute kamusi ya Kiswahili. Itakusaidia. Next order. Skip. Yes, Janet.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence on a matter, Mr. Speaker, of procedure. Mr. Speaker, you see, this House is a legislative House. And Mr. Speaker, the process of legislation begins when a bill is tabled for the first reading. And when a bill has not appeared on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, is no longer part of the process of this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and even the standing orders prohibit anticipation of debate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are very, very important and sensitive bills that come to this House. Some which are very, very sensitive in nature and very important for the country. And those kind of bills, Mr. Speaker, require first the executive to prepare it in their form and shape, and then it comes to Parliament, and that's why certain bills, there's extensive public participation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I saw somewhere yesterday, I wanted to seek the attention of the Finance Committee and Planning Chair, Mr. Speaker, speaking on the bill the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, that we're expecting, that, Mr. Speaker, if the national executive will not be able to raise enough revenues, the chair was announcing that we may be forced to increase taxes, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether it was in the Citizen News, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether that information is factual, Mr. Speaker, because I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, it is not the business of this House to increase any tax. It is the business of Treasury, Mr. Speaker. We are here to safeguard the interest of the public, Mr. Speaker. And finance bill does not belong to Parliament, Mr. Speaker. For the record, finance bill belongs to the national executive through the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. And the owner of the finance bill is the Minister for Treasury, Mr. Speaker, in charge of Treasury. So, Mr. Speaker, this Parliament has suffered enough for the last 2 years by carrying burden for the executive, Mr. Speaker. We are not members of the executive. We are a legislative arm of government. And our work is very clear in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that we are supposed to do legislation, oversight, and representation. I want to ask my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, let us desist from defending and protecting the work of the executive in a manner that's not legislative. Let us wait until the executive brings their ideas and their proposals to the floor of this House, when we are going to have our say, and when we are going to say whether we agree with them or we disagree with them, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the committee chairs, please, let us not hold brief for the executive. Let us allow the executive to do their work. Because if you hold a brief for the executive, you will be speaking on behalf of the full House. And every member here is expected to take responsibility. Now I'm seeing a debate ensuing in public that there is, finance bill is like this. We don't have any finance bill. And the public needs to be informed that finance bill comes towards the end of the budgetary process. I'm happy the majority leaders arrived. And the finance bill comes, we are supposed to pass the finance bill by 30th of June. So it can come on 26th of June, 25th of June, 1st of June. As of today, the public is being fed with lies that there is taxation on trees, taxation on oxygen. There is no finance bill in this House. I don't think we have seen any clause of any finance bill before this House, Mr. Speaker, with your approval. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'm saying, please, we have interest of the public to protect as a House, and we have legislations to do. Let us desist from commenting in a manner that we think we are helping the executive when we are destroying things in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Parliament has the final say on any legislation. So let the executive bring what they want to bring. They can even say they want to tax mountains. It is us who will deny them that right. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, now final conclusion is that, please, what I saw yesterday, whether it's factual, I'm not sure. The chairman is here, he can agree with us. But this is what we suffered last time. Because, Mr. Speaker, last finance bill, through the leadership of the majority leader, we ended up withdrawing all the offensive clauses of the finance bill as a House. But the lies went ahead of us. And by the time the truth arrived, people were invading Parliament. So this time, we want to do things in a manner that is in tandem with what the House of Parliament is expected of, by engaging the public, and we don't expect any taxation at all, because why should Kenyans be more taxed more than this? So But those people who are propagating lies, those people who are confusing Kenyans, I don't want to name names here. I know some senior members of the society who are lying to Kenyans that there is a finance bill. There is no finance bill before this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader. Hold your horses.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me first thank the Leader of Minority for having raised this issue. And indeed, I had a discussion on WhatsApp last night, very late at night. I think it was about 1:45 a.m. with the Leader of Minority over this issue when I saw his text and I noticed he had not slept. And we were worried, Honorable Speaker, that the same thing that happened last year is likely to happen this year if we do not stem this thing in the bud as early as now. Because as the Leader of Minority says, it is true. There are people who are propagating the lie that there is already a finance bill in the House with all manner of taxes. And you know, Honorable Speaker, where I come from, there's a saying that goes that otakanywereire do ekerita. The direct translation of that is the English saying that he who wears the shoe knows where it pinches the most. It is members of this House who can tell you where it pinches the most when we allow disinformation, misinformation to take root and propaganda, Honorable Speaker. And it is sad, Honorable Speaker, as the Leader of Minority has said, that it is the people who ought to know better who are propagating these lies. People who have even served in this House as members of Parliament. And you see them all over the media alleging all manner of taxation that is not before the House. I don't know whether they work in Treasury to know what Treasury is going to bring. The National Treasury is even yet to table the estimates for the next financial year that will then inform what needs to be financed. Because a finance bill is a consequence of what is to be expended by government, then government decides this is how we intend to raise revenue. And that is why is a statement on revenue raising measures that the Cabinet Secretary comes to read in at the beginning of June. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's just to improve on Kenyans. One, not to believe the lies. Two, to fact check. Honorable Speaker, last year, 2024, Kenyans were fed with all manner of disinformation, falsehoods on what was contained in the finance bill. The few offensive clauses that were there in the finance bill, a week or 2 weeks before consideration of that finance bill in this House, none other than the chair of the Finance Committee informed the country of all the retinue of amendments that were being proposed to deal with those things that Kenyans considered offensive, like taxation on bread. You remember the taxation on motor vehicles, and all those things were removed. But Kenyans ended up saying, reject, do not amend. Honorable Speaker, if this House is told to reject every law and not to amend, then we have no business having a parliament in this country. Because legislation or the legislative process begins with legislative proposals, which are then amended as informed by Kenyans during public participation. Honorable Speaker, I do not need to belabor what happened last year, and we need not go to that pain, back to that pain. But we must inform Kenyans that we are in an era of disinformation and misinformation, especially on social media. But unfortunately, many of our colleagues in the fourth estate also pick up from that and report what is being reported on social media as lies as if it is truth. And Honorable Speaker, the fourth estate has a greater responsibility to inform Kenyans on the truth more than anybody else, Honorable Speaker. What we say on this floor, Honorable Speaker, is on record. If I lie, even 100 years from today, Kenyans will get to know whether myself or the Honorable Junet lied. So when the Honorable Junet says there is no finance bill,
There is none as we speak. And when the finance bill is proposed and it comes before the House, it will not be a secret. It will be published. And Honorable Speaker, I want to implore and thank the clerk's office. When we did the tax amendment laws last year, after the fall of the finance bill, we did the business laws 1 and 2, the tax procedures amendment bill of 2024, and the tax amendment laws of 2024. When we did that, Honorable Speaker, we allowed the National Treasury to first go out and inform Kenyans what they intended to do and get the views of Kenyans. We then did a very elaborate public participation through the leadership of the Finance and National Planning Committee under the leadership of Chairman Kimani Kuria. And eventually we were able to pass those laws on the 4th of December last year without incidents. Honorable Speaker, I have said before, those 4 pieces of legislation were 70% of what was contained in the finance bill. Yet they passed without incidents. 70%. Therefore, if the 2024 finance bill was as offensive as those who propagated the campaign of disinformation did, then the 4 finance laws, the 4 laws that we passed in December, would be hurting Kenyans today, but they are not.
Wind up.
Part of the benefits, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, was the tax waivers that Kenyans are enjoying today. Tax waivers that they were denied in June of 2024 through the finance bill, but they had to wait until December 27 for those tax amendment laws to become effective, for them to enjoy the tax waivers. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me support what the Honorable Judetta has said and implore on Kenyans to fact check. When bills are published, please make a point of visiting the parliamentary website. It will have bills. Those bills have, at the back of every bill, has objects of a bill. If you do not understand what is in the bill, just go to the last page and read the objects of a bill, and you'll be able to see what is intended to be changed by that particular legislative proposal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kimani, I will not open debate on this. You are the chair of the committee.
Yes.
And I want to speak from the authority of the chair that I have not approved any finance bill to come to this house. Neither have I approved any request for taxation measures to be brought to this house for your debate, approval, or rejection. Yes, Kimani?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the other side, I would like to thank my leader, minority leader, for raising this at the floor of the House. The incident, Honorable Speaker, the leader of minority is speaking to, is a show on NTV called Fixing the Nation. And I must congratulate Nation Media Group for that particular discussion. What they're trying to do and what the show was trying to do to explain to Kenyans, what is the budget making process? Where do we start? Discussion from the budget outlook paper when it comes out, to the budget policy statement, to the estimates, to if there is a finance bill. Mine was civic education to the country. And you follow the entire conversation. It was a whole 2 hours discussion. It was a very engaging discussion on how even Kenyans, if Kenyans want to have their views heard, how they need to communicate when those particular matters come, Honorable Speaker. The biggest challenge you have in this country, unfortunately, even the most educated that you think would want to read and verify statements, they do not. And unfortunately, we are reduced to very short clips. And that's why you find TikTok is now the most popular social media platform that are only 1 second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds long. And therefore, the misinformation comes on the Speaker. For the last 3 days, let me inform this House. Reject Finance Bill 2025 has been trending on X between number 3 and number 8. Until the whole discussion came. In fact, I wondered, am I not the chair of Finance Committee? Because I would have seen the finance bill that people are talking about. Talking about all manner of misinformation, including that there is in the Finance Bill of 2025, there is a tax for newborn children called Taifa something, Honorable Speaker. And unfortunately, people, I follow the comments of some of these people, you go to their accounts, you think they are distinguished scholars. And they are the ones spreading that propaganda, Honorable Speaker. I will be the least person to be on the defensive for such proposals before they come through to the floor of the House. Because when the decision comes, I have an influence with my committee on the final decision on this particular proposal. And therefore, I'm very careful in my communication. Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate. Some of us paid the ultimate price of vast misinformation. I lived away from home for a long time because of fear of attack from members of the public. I lost personal properties. And therefore, this misinformation by these people should stop. And I don't know what we need to do, Honorable Speaker, because people, they knowingly, and I say unfortunately knowingly, misinform the members of the public on this particular matter, Honorable Speaker. And I urge this House, when debate comes to this House also, despite our political divide, right now we're in broad-based arrangement. We're in agreement on many things. We don't know how it will be before we go to the next election. Even when we are in different political orientation, let us also not misinform the public just for political gain, Honorable Speaker. When you are approving those amendments, Honorable Speaker, the minority side then said reject, not amend. Even when they knew for sure that those proposals were good. Honorable Speaker, we will go, for example, to debates in some of these media stations, this particular proposal, Honorable Speaker, and on break time I will ask the person I'm debating it, why are you saying this and you know it's true? And then they tell me it's politics. Let us not play politics with misinformation. It can be very dear, it can be very helpful, and it can lead to serious destruction that can almost be irredeemable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I want to repeat, there are no tax proposals before this House. There's no finance bill either before the Speaker for approval or before this House. And any misinformation, disinformation, or propaganda should desist forthwith, because we are raising unhelpful tensions for nothing. Let's leave it there. Clerk, call out order number 8. We put the question before we go to questions and statements. And Majority Whip, if you can check if the minister listed to answer questions is in the House. You can cause him to come to the chamber.
Order number 8, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, and I confirm we have quorum to vote. That the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2025 be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Excise Duty Act and for connected purposes. Order number 7, questions and statements.
I think it's important that sovereignty tax measures, even those are tax measures. We have Excise Duty Amendment Bill, that's about CT, and we have another amendment to the VAT Act.
Okay. Thank you. Go to order number 9.
Order number 9, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2024-2025 financial year, the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocations and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Majority Leader Kimani, Chairman of Finance, has asked me to clarify. I meant there is no finance bill that the Speaker has approved to come to this House. Okay, Kimani? Anything else you are doing is not in question. What was publicized is that there's a finance bill that is taxing trees, taxing all manner of things, taxing goats, taxing cows. We know very well there's no such thing before this House. Go back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, the CS for Education is in the House. Honorable CS, you are welcome to Parliament. To once again, I think this is your second interaction with the House in answering questions. Try and answer questions as concisely and precisely as you can. Honorable members who have questions, I'll allow the questioner and one, maximum 2 joyriders so that we can make progress in the interest of time. Honorable Majority Leader, we were supposed to have the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury to come and speak to us. I've already told the House he will be here on Wednesday. So you can accumulate any other issues directed at the Treasury so that he can be able, as he talks about CDF disbursements, to answer any other questions relating to finance on Wednesday. Question number 001 of 2025, Abdi Shurie. Member for Balabala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, call the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 1. Explain why students enrolled at the Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, are excluded from receiving Higher Education Loans Board support, while students in other public institutions such as technical training institutions are eligible beneficiaries. 2. Call the Cabinet Secretary, state the measures put in place by the Ministry to ensure such discrimination is abolished. 3. Call the Cabinet Secretary, specify the legal provisions or government policies being applied by the Ministry to justify such denial of help support to KMTC students. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for inviting me. Mr. Speaker, I request to respond to the 3 questions as follows together. The Higher Education Loans Board currently funds students in universities and technical and vocational education and training institutions under the Ministry of Education. Help is able to fund these students because it is provided with a budget to do so through the Ministry of Education. The Kenya Medical Training College is under the Ministry of Health. Help is ready and available to provide funding to students in KMTCs once it is supported with the necessary budget by this House through the Ministry of Health. Indeed, when resources were availed to help did provide support to KMTC students. This happened, for example, in financial year 2013-2014, when there was a partnership with USAID, and in the year 2022-2023, when the Ministry of Health provided resources to help. May I assure the House, therefore, that help is committed to support all eligible college and university students in pursuit of their tertiary education without any discrimination. We look forward to working with this Honorable House to explore the possibilities of enhancing the funding to cover the yet-to-be-covered institutions in our tertiary education space. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
You are satisfied? If you are, you don't have to
Honorable Speaker, I'm not satisfied.
Go ahead.
The reason is when he tells me, I think what was been put in the kitty of help should cater for all students irrespective of under what ministry the institutions fall. Because by saying enhancing the budget, then they'll be able to give others, the KMTC students, support. Doesn't make sense, to be very honest. So I think what will happen is the kitty should cater for all students irrespective of whichever institutions they are studying at. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, CS, for the response. But the response is unsatisfactory because since COOP took off at the admission of KMTC students, why should KMTC students be excluded from accessing HELP through the normal education budget that is given to HELP, such that now you have to ask them to get a budget within the Ministry of Health? Why should that happen? Because they are both of them, even those in the TTI, Technical Training Institutes, or in diploma courses, they all access HELP. So why should the KMTC, who are admitted through the same portal of COOPS, be excluded?
Dr. Nyekal? Give this one next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the answer is actually inadequate. Why is it that the Ministry of Health had to provide money to help so that the students can get help? Yet, with other colleges, no other persons give the money. The same, why did the students from KMTC need to get money from USAID to support them? And further, how is this linked to COOPS, the Kenya Central Colleges and Universities placement? Because there is an issue, a legal issue, of whether students in KMTC should be admitted through COOPS or through KMTC itself. And this is actually related to this denial. So I think we are not getting the full information that we require for this matter, which also links to the Commission of University Education. And that's where the legal issue is, because the Commission of University Education then demanded that this also gets, COOPS also admits these students. So there's more we need to know on this, Mr. Speaker.
It is very simple. KMTC students are students like any others. HELP resources are public resources appropriated by this House. Can you take steps to ensure that KMTC students also access HELP financial facilities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. It is true that KMTC students are students like any other in the country, and it is true that HELP, as an institution that funds students, should be able to fund all of them. I think there is an issue of misalignment with the domiciling of KMTC under certain terms in the Ministry of Health that leads to this discrepancy. So we will work with the Ministry of Health to align that aspect so that we can get resources to help in order to support the KMTC students. I think the alignment is what is the key with respect to funding the students in KMTC, because we've already aligned the issue relating to placement. COOPS places all the students. So we should extend that further to ensure that funding is also covered under HELP in order for our students to be funded in KMTC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's not just enough to say that we shall be aligned, because we already have students of KMTC within colleges. I think the best answer this Cabinet Secretary can give this House is how soon can that undertaking be done? Because we need timelines so that this is dispensed with.
We'll make progress. I'll direct the chair of Health Committee and the chair of Education. Yes, Wanjala, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not only KMTC that are suffering out of this. Students going to study education in universities are paid by HELP. How about those who are in colleges who are also not being paid by HELP? They also need to be assisted. Other than that, it will be discrimination. I want to minister to, as they help, they ensure that KMTC is aligned. Could you also confirm that the teachers in colleges will also be aligned?
Point noted. I was directing the Chair Health the Chair Education to arrange and meet the Minister and bring a report to this House in 2 weeks on the steps taken to ensure that KMTC students access help loan facilities and any other tertiary institution students, because these are public resources and these are deserving cases. Next, question 018 of 2025, Honorable Umulher Kazim.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I would like to ask...
Which chair are you addressing?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Honorable Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm always used to you chairing us in House Business Committee, so I'm always thinking when I see the Speaker is chairing House Business. I'm sorry for that. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why it has taken inordinately long to integrate Dukie and Madrasa classes in primary and secondary schools, yet the provisions of Section 95(2)(c), 2E of the Basic Education Act envision operationalization of such programs to enhance access to education by all students. 2, to clarify whether the lack of integration of Dukie and Madrasa learning programs in the formal education, which has led to a high rate of children being out of school. 3, state the measures in place to ensure integration of Dukie and Madrasa learning programs, including steps taken to ensure the accessibility of such programs to all schools in the country. Number 4, provide timelines for the operationalization of Dukie and Madrasa learning programs in schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is the Honorable Member in order to skip question 1 in the order paper and therefore rearrange to the extent that when he's on question 5, he says it's question 4? She has not read Roman 1 as stipulated in the order paper. Thank you. No, that's why she was saying the last question was saying it's 4 instead of 5 because she never got Roman 1.
But she started with Roman 1. I was following.
Then how did she end with the 5 being question 4 if she started with that one? Thank you, Speaker.
That question, Tandaza, has only 4 limbs. Roman 1, 2, 3, and 4. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed correct that Section 95, subsection 2E of the Basic Education Act 2013 provides for regulations for the integration...
Sorry, Honorable Tandaza, I'm told you are looking at the earlier order paper. We have a supplementary order paper where there is proper sequencing. Minister, proceed.
So, it is indeed correct, Mr. Speaker, that Section 95, subsection 2E of the Basic Education Act 2013 provides for regulations for the integration of the madrasa, duksi, and pastoral programs of instructions into the formal education system as appropriate to improve access and retention. As a ministry, we recognize the critical role that duksi and madrasa learning programs play in education of the young learners of the Islamic faith. The integration of duksi and madrasa programs is not only a constitutional and statutory obligation, but also a necessary requirement to achieve equity, inclusion, and cultural respect in the delivery of education. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we are actively taking steps to ensure that integration of duksi and madrasa in our formal education system. The first key step was anchoring this in the strategic plan. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the National Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023-2027 provides for the development of a duksi and madrasa policy and guidelines.
Hold on, Minister. Yes, Umulher.
Honorable Speaker, I cannot hear the good CS because there's a lot of murmuring and a lot of meetings around here.
Order, members. Members on their feet, take your seats. The illegal Kamkunji in front of the clerk's table, can you be disbanded? Disband that Kamkunji. And Sergeant, can you improve the volume of the microphone of the minister? Go on, Minister.
As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the National Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023 to 2027 provides for the development of a Dukie and Madrasa policy and guidelines to ensure seamless implementation of these learning programs. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development is currently finalizing a framework that aligns these programs with the national competency-based curriculum while ensuring that the spiritual needs of learners are respected. We have held constructive consultations with Muslim religious leaders, education experts, county education boards, and civil society actors to ensure cultural and religious relevance in the design of this integration process. The involvement of this broad range of stakeholders is intended to ensure that the integration is relevant from a religious and cultural standpoint and that it has wide acceptance. There have been challenges in efforts to implement the Dukie and Madrasa learning programs. These challenges include the following. One, the absence of standardized curriculum, since the religious learning curricula in Dukie and Madrasa schools vary widely in content and methodology, including language, which complicates harmonization with the national curriculum. Many Dukie and Madrasa instructors have not undergone formal teacher training recognized by the Teacher Service Commission. This limits their eligibility for deployment in public schools due to lack of certified religious educators. Most Dukie and Madrasa institutions operate informally and lack adequate facilities for integration with formal school settings, particularly in the ASAL counties like Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa. However, as I've stated, we are working with stakeholders to address these challenges and to set the stage for the integration of these learning programs. Subsection 2 of that question, or Roman 2 of that question, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is keen on implementing the policy of 100% transition across all levels of basic education. Article 53 of the Constitution provides that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. The government is implementing the 100% transition policy in basic education that cuts across all levels of education from pre-primary to secondary schools. The government implements a multi-agency strategy to enhance the transition process across basic education levels. This includes annual enrollment campaigns with the support of the National Government Administration Office. For the ASAL areas, the ministry also has other strategies geared towards promoting retention and transition in basic education. These include the provision of school meals to learners and the establishment of low-cost boarding schools to retain learners in school. The integration of Madrasa and Dukie learning programs in the formal education framework will therefore complement the other existing strategies for ensuring that all eligible children have access to basic education. Roman 3, question Roman 3, Mr. Speaker. The ministry has already initiated several strategies to ensure effective integration of Dukie and Madrasa programs. A structured Islamic religious education curriculum has been developed for use in Dukie and Madrasa settings under the competency-based curriculum. Pilot schools in several counties, including Lammu and Garissa, are currently testing the integration model. In Lammu, for example, the schools are the Bilal Integrated Academy and the Afarsi Muslim Academy. In Garissa, the schools that are piloting include Madrasafu Manar Islamic and Madrasaful Tamkin. The Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the Teacher Service Commission and the Institute of Special Education, has trained over 300 instructors from Dukie and Madrasa backgrounds. This training is aimed at equipping the instructors to qualify for recognition and deployment to formal institutions through the recognition of prior learning. We are also in the process of developing a policy and guidelines for Dukie and Madrasa. The policy is expected to operationalize the integration of Dukie and Madrasa to the formal education system. The policy and guidelines are undergoing legal review, followed by public participation before being launched and implemented. And question subsection 4, Mr. Speaker, the integration of Dukie and Madrasa learning programs in both primary and secondary schools will be progressive, expected to achieve national implementation by 2029. The table below, there's a table that we put in our written answer. The table below outlines the planned activities and timelines for implementation of the Dukie Madrasa program. For example, the policy and framework finalization is expected to be done in Q3 and Q4 of 2025. The pilot phase will be Q1 and Q2 of 2026. Evaluation and scaling will be Q3 of 2026 and Q1 of 2027. And full national implementation will be between 2027 and 2029. I submit.
Omolheri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, part of that act, a section of the act, the pastoral program of instruction has already been operationalized. And I just want to hear, give us the timelines, the exact timelines, tafadhali. Honorable CS. Honorable Speaker, when you speak about Northeastern, we have close to 900,000 children out of school because they've been affected by the same issue I'm raising here on the Dukie and Madrasa. Mandera alone is 280,000 children who are out of school. And you know, the Honorable CS spoke about the retention, the attraction and retention strategies of children into schools. I just want to ask him, 280,000 students is a big number, and it's actually a disaster in waiting if this issue is not addressed as soon as possible. Please tell us the exact time you think this will be implemented. Thank you very much.
Minister, hold there, Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to the questionnaire and the Minister, I think what the Honorable Member from Mandera is asking, can Madrasa and Dukie become part of formal education in Kenya? And considering that Madrasa and Dukie are part of formal Islamic education, the Minister has been really struggling to tell us whether it can actually form part of our formal education, particularly in the basic education in Kenya. So for that reason, let him explain, is it possible for that to happen? And he's just saying about Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa. But madrasas are all over, wherever the Muslim communities live in Kenya. Maybe there are more in other areas. So for that reason, is it possible, Mr. Minister, for this to be part of our formal education? If so, how can it be structured so that these youngsters can still attend madrasas, but at some point, they don't miss out on formal education, whether they will go to the nursery school or entering primary school at the right age. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question relating to whether or not Madrasa and Dukie can become part and parcel of our formal education, the answer to that question is yes. And I've indicated that we are working on a policy and strategies to integrate it in our CBC currently. And we have indicated with respect to timelines that we are working towards ensuring that they'll be fully part and parcel of our formal education by 2027 to 2029. So that integration is taking place, the policies are being done, the guidelines are being done, we'll do public participation so that it's part and parcel of our education system to ensure that we have 100% transition in order to deal with the issue of the children who are out of school, perhaps for one reason or another, including the strategies that we are employing, including school meals. that we use to retain students in school. So all that coming together and working toward 2029, I've given a timetable showing the pilot, the Mandera, the Wajir, the Garissa, ones that I mentioned about, and Lammu, those are pilots. They are pilot projects that we are doing to ensure that by the time we are rolling it out 100%, it is a workable program that allows all our children to be in one school, but they can learn their madrasa, they can do their duksi, but they are still part and parcel of our formal education. So we have to come up with a curriculum that covers all that and guidelines that ensures that they are not left behind or there are no gaps in the education. So the period within which we intend to roll out national application of that program is by 2029. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kadiani, Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to advise the CS that when engaging with members of this House, the people's representatives, this engagement should never ever be an exercise of PR. That everything he says here must be factual and must be something that is verifiable. Last year, Mr. Speaker, before I even go to my question, I raised a matter here on the preparedness of the ministry for grade 9 classes for 2025. The CS came to the House and told us that they were ready and everything would be ready by January. Mr. Speaker, we have finished first term, and even in my own constituency,
This is question time. You are making a speech.
Mr. Speaker, I am raising a concern that concerns the minister on question that I raised here last year, Mr. Speaker, on the preparedness of grade 9 classes in the country. And the CS came to the House and said he would be ready by January. Mr. Speaker, the first term is over, and there are problems out there. So I'm just saying, as he's dealing with these issues, let him take them seriously and be factual with the answers that he gives the House, Mr. Speaker.
So go ahead and ask your question.
So, Mr. Speaker, on today's matter, Mr. Speaker, I want the CS to clarify whether the criteria for placing teachers in public schools takes into consideration the teacher-student ratio, and if so, provide details on the recommended ratio and whether it has been achieved, and if not, how much is a deficit? One. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I would like the CS to provide a report on the recruitment of teachers for junior secondary schools, including the number of slots allocated to each constituency and the manner in which they were recruited by the TSC, to allay fears of the public that teachers were probably recruited by members of parliament. And third and finally, Mr. Speaker, elaborate on the measures taken by the ministry to ensure the timely replacement of teachers who exit the service through natural attrition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Robert. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question part 1, Mr. Speaker. The Teacher Service Commission determines teacher requirements in public schools using the established staffing norms and note the teacher-student ratio. The staffing norms provides for the ideal number of teachers required in a school based on the following. 1, for primary schools, staffing is based on 1 teacher per class plus 1 additional teacher per school. B, for secondary schools, the number of teachers is determined by the curriculum-based establishment of the school. The CBE provides a more accurate picture of the staffing needs since it aligns with the number of teachers required with the subjects' learning areas offered in the school, given that teachers specialize in different subjects. While this criteria ensures optimal utilization of available teachers, it is acknowledged that the ideal staffing levels have not been achieved in public schools due to budgetary constraints. In 2025, for example, the teacher shortage stands at 98,461 teachers. Response to question part B. To address the teacher demand in junior school, the government has made significant efforts to recruit and deploy a total of 76,378 teachers since the introduction of junior school in 2023. These efforts include 1, 9,000 teachers recruited in 2023, 2, 39,550 teachers recruited in 2024. These were interns converted to permanent and pensionable in January 2025. Number B, 20,000 interns were recruited in January 2025 and are currently serving in junior schools. And also deployment of qualified primary school teachers to junior schools. In this respect, a total of 8,378 teachers have been deployed from primary schools to junior schools. And number two, the deployment portal remains open to allow willing and qualified primary school teachers to apply to junior school positions. A detailed breakdown, Mr. Speaker, of the teacher recruitment per county and per sub-county is provided in Appendix number 1. Mr. Speaker, the Teacher Service Commission follows a structured replacement process to ensure minimal disruption in schools.
Yes, Robert, what's the point of order?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the CS has alluded to the part of the question, which is the number of slots allocated to each constituency, and he's made reference to a document. Is it possible for me to get it, because he's responding to my question, so that I can look at it?
Minister.
Yes, it's available. Maybe the clerk can submit it, because we submitted it earlier today. It's attached to our response.
Clerk, can you go on?
So the Teacher Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, follows a structured replacement process to ensure minimal disruption in schools when teachers exit due to retirement, resignation, or attrition. The Commission projects teacher retirements at the start of each financial year. A request for replacement funding is submitted to the National Treasury for approval, and lastly, once funding is approved, the Commission then immediately initiates recruitment to replace the exiting teachers in that financial year. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I might not have much to follow up, because the information that he's just given, he said he's presented it, so I would need to go through it. But there is a part which concerns the recruitment of teachers, which is critical, and I would like him to clarify. Because it's been out there, the public believes that members of this House are the ones that are recruiting teachers for Teacher Service Commission. I would like him to clarify whether it is members that are recruiting, or is the Teacher Service Commission that is recruiting teachers in Kenya.
Minister, you may also clarify. You say that in primary schools, staffing is based on 1 teacher per class plus 1 additional teacher per school. Is it 1 teacher per class regardless of the size of the class? Is it 1 teacher per stream or 1 teacher per class? Because we have some schools, I know, where 1 class has up to 8 streams. Can they operate with 1 teacher?
1 stream.
Let's take a few joyriders before Cynthia.
Honourable Speaker, now that we are talking about recruitment, I would also like the CS to address a concern, Honourable Speaker, and tell us why a teacher who has, by the name Mary Chebet from Chepsiria in Nandi County, Honourable Speaker, who graduated in the year 2020, who has a TSC number and cannot be employed by the same TSC because TSC claims that her combination of physics and computer is not admissible because she did not do computer while in high school. Honourable Speaker, this lady did not admit herself to the university, and she did not graduate herself from the university, and she did not get herself a TSC number, and she cannot therefore, Honourable Speaker, be denied employment by TSC on grounds that she did not do computer while in high school. Where was the commission? Where was the ministry when she was in university and when she was given the TSC number?
Yes, Honourable Milemba.
Honourable Speaker, when the minister speaks about 1 teacher per class, does he consider, for instance, CBE, curriculum-based establishment, or even if it were in the primary, is it practical that you can actually have 1 teacher per class? That's overloading the teacher. But more importantly, Honourable Speaker, there are the teachers, Honourable Minister,
who actually qualified as teachers of P1 in 2011. And to date, they have not been employed. Honorable Speaker, these teachers qualified when they were about 28 years. They have stayed out for over 16 years, and they are at the age of about 48. They are remaining with only less than 10 years to retire. What are the plans the minister has put in place to consider this group of teachers?
Retire from where, if you are not employed?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for correcting me that they can't retire because they have never worked. So they are going to pass through the system without ever getting employed. Which plans does the minister have in place to consider this group of teachers, even if it means an affirmative action for them to get employed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Fatuma Jeho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is on COOPs. I want to ask the minister how the selections of nurses or nursing are done on COOPs. Mr. Speaker, I am having so many questions from candidates.
Honorable Jeho.
Yes.
Joy riders should ride the running horse.
Okay.
No.
That's, Chair, Speaker, that's why I started on my question is on COOPs. Well guided, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
if you are a joy rider, ride a running horse. Don't create your own horse. Yes, Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question is on what the CS has alluded to, that every school has one teacher per class plus one teacher. Is the CS aware that we have registered schools in parts of Kajiado that have no teachers at all, TSC teachers? Yeah? And number two, Honorable Speaker, is the CS aware that the distribution of teachers is not controlled by TSC? Teachers are almost placing themselves in schools that they want. You find teachers in urban centers and they would not move from that urban center. And when you go and complain to TSC, they will tell you these teachers will not move from an urban school to a rural school. Is the CS aware of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is the minister aware that there are regions where there are more teachers per student ratio than others? For example, Honorable Speaker, I am told that there are regions where teachers that don't even work. There are too many that they're just resting. And those teachers cannot be moved because I don't know how they were appointed. Mr. Speaker, I want the Waziri to confirm to us that this is the situation in some regions and that these teachers, that this disparity is real, despite the fact that the minister is saying that there's one teacher per classroom. I think I dispute that submission. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I know that there's been an issue on teacher recruitment nationally, and there's an uproar, which I think the question has also been asked. But what I wanted to establish is when teachers retire, what mechanism does TSC put in place to ensure that if a teacher retires today from a particular school, that teacher is replaced immediately so that that vacant position does not go? Thank you.
Kaunya? Is that Oku Kaunya? The member shaking your hand. Protas. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish the Minister to clarify under what circumstance does TSC transfer 5 teachers in one particular school without replacement? Because this has really affected most of the schools in arid and semi-arid areas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, can he answer those?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as I know, TSC recruits teachers for the ministry. The teachers are not recruited by members of parliament. There is a question relating to the graduates of 2020 who cannot be employed because of the combination. I am told for that to happen, they should have had a C+ and above in maths so that they can then get that employment. But I would urge the member to give us more details on this so that we can follow up and find out what is the actual problem, then we can resolve it. 1 teacher per class based on the CBE. That is the basis upon which teachers in primary schools are employed. And where they need more, there is rationalization that TSC does every holiday. Every holiday, TSC undertakes a rationalization exercise to determine which teachers needs to be moved. Where there are more, they would be moved to where there are less. And where they are less, they would be getting more teachers so that there is a form of a balance. So there's an exercise that they do every holiday, and then they recruit or they replace or transfer at the time the school opens. The issue relating to the teachers who have not been employed and they are almost reaching the age of retirement is an issue that is of concern to the government, and we have indicated that so far to date we have a shortfall of 98,000 teachers, and this is because of lack of budget. Should we be able to access the budget through this house, we would then employ those teachers through TSC, and the policy is you employ the teachers who graduated earlier. The earlier ones are the ones who are supposed to be employed when the opportunities arise. The distribution of
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order, it looks so easily answered the way this minister is doing it. But does he have any document as he talks about budgets, which he has submitted to this House, concerning the teachers of, because it is in his docket, the teachers of 2011, 2012, 2013, including the amount specifically required for that specific team, if indeed he's saying that is of great concern. Or it's just hearsay, we speak about it, then we go away. Because we should have seen a document of demand for that particular budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. Because it is a follow-up question, I did not carry that information, but I'll be happy to provide that information with specific requests of the amount of money that is required to employ those particular teachers who earlier graduated, so that we can be able to cover that space. But what I have on record is that we have a shortfall of 98,000 teachers that we need to employ in order for us to bring the number to an acceptable level. The issue of the teachers who are not able to move from urban centers, there is a policy of transfer. I do not know under what circumstances a teacher would be transferred and not move from a particular school to another one. So I would ask that if I get the specific teachers who have not moved when they have been transferred from those urban centers, then we will liaise with TSC to deal with that issue. I do not know that a teacher can by themselves say, I cannot move from where they have been transferred, because the letters of employment indicate that you can be transferred from one school to another. It is true that there could be areas where there are more teachers than the other areas because of the discrepancy, and that's why I indicated that TSC normally undertakes a rationalization exercise every term during the school holidays to ensure that that balance is done, including issues relating to retirement, issues relating to natural attrition, etc., so that they can be able to rationalize the numbers. On the issue of transferring 5 teachers without replacement, Mr. Speaker, this could be a specific issue that we need to respond to depending on the circumstances of that case. It could be that this relates to rationalization, a situation where maybe there were more teachers than the school required. But if we get the specific case, then we can be able to respond to it specifically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mama Transoya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am dissatisfied by the answer of the CS to Honorable Omboko, because if it is true that during recruitment they do consider the year of registration, then I don't think we could be having teachers who are about to retire without having been employed. So I don't know what measures you are going to put across our CS, because honestly speaking, our teachers are almost retiring and we have even changed the system, and I don't think now in the next few years they will be able to be employed. We would wish you to give us an answer that all the teachers that are about to retire be considered with immediate effect, so that they can even benefit for the few years that are remaining. Thank you.
Yes, Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the CS. The CS for Education just said that the teachers are hired depending on the earliest who graduated. I have an Esther Nekesa Wanjala who graduated in a resident of Kware in Mpaka South constituency, who graduated in 2013. And there are people who graduated in 2020, 2022 who have been hired, and yet Esther is still sitting out there without employment. So there is need for the CS to follow the order of the earliest, as indicated by my colleague, the earliest graduates be given the first opportunity, because now people are getting the teachers are getting in their ages of, in their early 40s, mid 40s, and yet they are still tamarking out there. And then when they go through seek for employment, when they apply, this lady, Esther, has applied to be employed 24 times. There was 2 years that she tried, there's a year that she tried twice.
You made your point. Parayo.
Thank you.
My question is on a hardship allowance, because I do remember about 4 months ago I brought this issue to this parliament, and the minister came here, and my question was that teachers are running away from my schools in Narok North and Central, and why they are running away is because the neighboring constituencies are beneficiaries of the hardship allowances. And this money makes these teachers go to other schools. So at the moment as we speak here, we have a shortage of teachers in all my schools. And the reason is that these teachers are running away to the neighboring schools. And I think my constituency qualifies to be a hardship area. One, because the roads are unpassable. It takes a teacher 2 days to get to the school where he's going. And when he gets there, there are no houses in those schools. And the place that I come from is very cold. And this is still puts these teachers into a hardship area. So I tend to believe that we qualify to benefit.
Ask a question, Judith. You are making a speech.
Yeah, the question is, I'm still waiting for the answer from the minister, because I remember bringing that question here and I've never heard the answer. Can the minister tell me why I have not gotten that answer and the problem is still there? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can quickly answer the question of hardship areas. The hardship areas in this country, Mr. Speaker, are gazetted, and the support that the government gives either through the TSC or the civil service is based on the hardship areas that are gazetted. So the gazettement is the key that unlocks the issue of the hardship areas. Without a gazetted area or an area being gazetted as hardship, there isn't much that the TSC or the civil service can do. So I think the thing that needs to be done is a mapping of the whole country to determine which areas need to qualify as gazetted for both the TSC and the public service, so that we can have an amalgamated or an harmonized system of what is hardship, so that it applies across the board. That mapping has not been done, and so currently we're only dealing with the gazetted areas depending hardship areas, depending on whether or not they've been gazetted. The issue of the recruitment that we are talking about, the replacement of the teachers who, retire or who leave service for attrition or other reasons, that recruitment is actually done at the sub-county level, and the replacement is done at that local position. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Make progress. Next question. Elijah Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Hold on, Memusi. Yes, Mawade?
Mr. Speaker, the CES did not respond to my question and my point, please, because the earlier on alluded to the fact that they hired the earliest, and yet there are people who have been hired in 2018, 2022, graduated in 2018, 2022, and yet this graduate of 2013 has not been recruited or hired. Please respond.
Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't respond to that
yes,
question.
Shinali, what is it? Hold on,
sorry,
Minister.
Sorry.
Yes, Shinali, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, in the same vein, let the CS tell us if he's taking any deliberate action to make sure that teachers which came out first are employed first, so that whoever comes out first is employed first. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to know how much the CS is involved in recruitment. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we would rather have the commission, the Teacher Service Commission here, so that we get clear answers on the matters recruitment of teachers.
The Minister is the Policy Director to TSC and is competently here to answer questions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the recruitment is undertaken by TSC, which is an independent commission, and the policy for recruitment is that you recruit the people who graduated first, not the ones who graduated later. Sometimes that doesn't happen because either the counties under which they are being employed, the numbers or the graduation years are different. So what I think we are going to do, and we are trying to resolve that issue, is because we are undertaking an amendment of the current act under the reforms that we are undertaking from the 2023 Presidential Working Party. It is, I think, we need to move it from policy to law so that it can be followed to the letter. So my answer, in terms of being the policy holder of that particular ministry, is to ensure that it is anchored in law so that it can be complied with. It is true that there could be circumstances where the teachers who graduated early are left out for those who did not graduate earlier. But we, as a ministry, do not have powers to punish, to punish TSC because it's an independent commission. So we need to anchor this in law to ensure that that particular law or that particular policy is followed to the letter.
Very briefly, the CS is contradicting himself. He says they follow the years, and that's why we are speaking about 2011, 12, 13, 14. But then he somersaults along the way and says there's another policy he's using based on certain regions. So there's a case where now we are not following. Could he speak then more? Because possibly that's what we are looking for. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Hoja yangu ya nidhamu ni ile mwelekeo tunachukua. Vile wanasema waangaliwe kulingana na mwaka aliyomaliza. Nataka kutoa mfano kwangu. Na hii mkiendelea hivi, nahofia waziri asiende na huo mtindo akatumaliza sisi jamii zingine. Kwa mfano, mtu amemaliza mwaka jana na mwalimu pengine amemaliza mwaka juzi tuseme. Kwa jamii moja pengine wameamua wote wawe walimu. na pengine wetu wa Bajuni wa Lamu ni kidogo walichukuliwa mwaka jana. Mwaka huu wametoka wengine, museme hao wasichukuliwe, wachukuliwe wale ambao walimaliza mbele. Hiyo itakuwa ni kutumaliza. Usawa ni ioneshwe kulingana na percentage hawa wamechukuliwa jamii hii vipi, tusiache wengine nyuma. Hii mwelekeo mnaenda kila mtu kujitetea kivyake, mtamaliza wengine. Tuangalieni Ukenya kwa jumla.
Right, you are saying what he has just said. He already said that. Yes, Madenge.
Honorable Speaker, I think the CS is treading on dangerous grounds. He has now asserted that the Teachers Service Commission is an independent commission and therefore not under the direction of anybody, including the ministry. Yet he has purported to answer questions that are the mandate of the Teachers Service Commission. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that then this House does get answers from the Teachers Service Commission, not from the CS Education. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Aseka.
Speaker, looking at these issues, will I be in order to suggest that we come up with a policy decision that we stop training of more teachers up to and when we absorb all that are already trained in Kenya?
You've gotten the answer from your colleagues. Minister? Minister? Do you have authority to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do have authority to speak on behalf of TSC because we're the policy head of the ministry and the TSC is under the ministry. It is independent, doing certain jobs by law because it's an independent commission, but it is the policy holder, the policy guidelines are provided for by the ministry. That's the basis upon which we are here. And we are saying we work together to ensure that we are doing what needs to be done for teachers and for students in this country. And that's why I'm answering those questions. So it's not like I've waded into their mandate. It is their mandate to recruit teachers and recruit teachers according to the policy and guidelines that are provided for that recruitment. Thank you.
Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, matters of education are very sensitive to these members, and I think we would need a lot of time with the CS, maybe a monthly session with him. Having said that, I rise to ask question number 37 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the distribution of textbooks to primary, secondary schools in the country? 2, provide a per county list of staffing levels of teachers in both primary and secondary schools and identify the schools with significant shortages, including measures taken to ensure that teachers are recruited to fill the gaps. 3, clarify whether there are schools that are yet to be assigned a junior secondary school teacher, and if so, explain the measures being implemented to address the issue. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, state measures put in place to train all teachers on the competency-based curriculum. I thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To question subsection 1, the ministry through the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development distributes books to learners across the country at the ratio of 1 core textbook per learner per subject. There is a table that we've provided that indicates the distribution of textbooks since financial year 2017-2018. In the year 2017-2018, there were 32,579,977 books ordered. For the year 2018-2019, 68,446,084 books were ordered. The year 2019 to 2020, 24,456,786 books were ordered. The year 2020 to 2021, 33,253,705 books were ordered. The year 2021 to 2022, 23,539 books were ordered, 23,539,613. 2022 to 2023, 31 million books, 233 and 35 books were ordered. 2023-2024, 26,933,992 books were ordered. 2024 to 2025, there were 9,926,618 books that were ordered. Mr. Speaker, grade 10 textbooks are under evaluation and review are undergoing in April and May 2025. This will ensure that publishers have ample time to print and distribute books to public schools by the start of third term in 2025. Part 2 of that question, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 237, Article 2 of the Constitution, the Teacher Service Commission strives to optimally staff schools to ensure that learners' right to quality education is achieved as shown in Appendix number 2, that's a document that we have attached that shows the staffing for both primary and secondary schools. However, due to budgetary constraints, there are teacher shortages in both primary and secondary level. For instance, Mandera, Turkana, Wajir, West Pokot, and Garissa counties have the highest teacher shortages at the primary school level, while Kakamega, Bungoma, Homa Bay, Trans Nzoia, Bomet, and Siaya counties have the highest teacher shortages at the secondary school level. To address teacher shortages, the Teacher Service Commission has implemented the following measures to ensure that that gap is covered. There is the annual teacher recruitment plan, where under the Commission strategic plan, there is an obligation to recruit 22,374 additional teachers annually to progressively address teacher shortages. Accordingly, the Commission submits annual budgetary requests to the National Treasury to support teacher recruitment. Number 2, they engage teacher interns. In addition to recruitment of permanent and pensionable teachers, the Commission annually seeks budgetary allocation to engage 20,000 teacher interns who provide immediate staffing support while awaiting full-time employment. Number 3, to optimize the utilization of available teachers, the Commission continuously monitors and implements staff balancing measures by transferring teachers from well-staffed schools to those with high teacher shortages. And number 4, the Commission has initiated innovative teaching methods, that is live streaming lessons to supplement face-to-face teaching in schools with significant teacher shortages, particularly in remote areas. Part 3 of that question, Mr. Speaker, noting the right of every learner to quality education, the government has put in place measures such as positing of recruited teachers to junior school and deployment of qualified primary school teachers to junior school to ensure that all junior schools are assigned teachers. Steps are taken to ensure that where new schools are established, teachers are promptly deployed. The government has put in place the following measures to address instances where new junior schools are established. 1, deployment of qualified primary school teachers to junior school. The Teacher Service Commission continues to deploy qualified and willing primary school teachers to junior school secondary to help bridge the staffing gaps. The deployment portal remains open to facilitate applications from eligible primary school teachers who meet the requirements for junior school teaching positions. And number 2, staff balancing within the sub-counties and counties. The Teacher Service Commission conducts periodic staff balancing to redistribute available teachers with a view to rationalize teacher resources within the same sub-county or county. Part 4 of that question, Mr. Speaker, P1 teachers who completed the P1 teacher training colleges before 2019 are not employed by TSC, were not competency-based curriculum compliant. From 2019, the TSC began retooling teachers on CBC so that they acquire the pedagogies required for CBC teachers. In 2019, the unemployed teachers began undertaking a 9-month upgrading program using a curriculum prepared by the KICD and did an assessment which was coordinated by NEC. This upgrade program will be continued up to 2028 until all the teachers are upgraded to CBC compliant status. In order to deal with the teacher preparedness on competency-based education, the Teacher Service Commission has put in place the following measures. 1, retooling and professional development of the teachers. The government, through the Teacher Service Commission, has retooled teachers who will handle grade 1 to 9 in competency-based curriculum and competency-based assessment. The Commission continues the retooling of teachers on CBC during holidays to ensure they are fully capacity built for effective implementation of the new curriculum. The model of training is Smart Cascade, and it involves the training of master trainers who then train the trainers of trainers and thereafter offer professional support training during the face-to-face training of teachers in the select avenues in the county. The Cascade model is master trainer down to trainer of trainers and then to teachers. The retooling of teachers involves 172 national master trainers for regular, 58 for special needs education drawn from TSC, KICD, NEC, KEMIS, and MASTEA, and the Ministry of Education, KISE, and teacher training colleges, and 1,538 trainers of trainers for regular, and 196 for special needs drawn from different teacher training colleges, curriculum support officers, and Ministry of Education quality assurance officers for both regular and special needs. Over 229,292 public and private primary school teachers and 60,642 junior school teachers have been trained to implement the competency-based curriculum. There is a table that we've indicated in our report that shows the number of primary school teachers that have been trained to implement the competency-based curriculum. The total number stands for curriculum support officers, regular and special needs. We have 1,411. For CBC champions, teachers, regular and SNE, we have 2,874. Then we have head teachers, regular and special needs education, who are 23,324. Head teachers in private institutions, 5,833. And for teachers who are regular and special needs in public institutions, we have teachers for grade 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are 70,652. Teachers for grade 5 and 6, there are 93,688. And for private schools, we have for grade 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, there are 31,510. Total number is 292 teachers. For junior school, the number of teachers who have been retooled, as I've said, is 60,642 teachers, made up of 29,374 male and 31,272 female, are shown below. We have a table there. Further, through semester, Mr. Speaker, junior school teachers have been capacity built on science, technology, English, and mathematics subjects. This is to ensure that they are imparted with appropriate pedagogies in the handling of STEM subjects under the competency-based curriculum. In anticipation of the first transition to senior school next year, the Teacher Service Commission has embarked on the retooling of senior school teachers in the various pathways to be offered at senior school. In addition to their foregoing, the government, through the Teacher Service Commission, is also offering ongoing professional development opportunities to keep teachers updated on the latest trends, techniques and research in art and sports, social sciences, and STEM. The teachers are also provided with continuous professional development opportunities to keep them updated on the latest trends and techniques in the sector. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the current pre-service programs for teachers in the primary teaching training colleges is now implemented using a competency-based curriculum since 2021. The same is being done to university students taking education program. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Memusi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I want to tell the CS, without fear of contradiction, that these books are not reaching the schools. He has stated that from 2018 to the financial year 2023-24, they've been distributing books. But I can tell the CS that I have schools that have not received books for the last 5 years. So I'm wondering, Honorable Speaker, whether the CS, when he receives these questions from members, whether he gets information from his education directors from respective counties, or he gets these replies from technocrats sitting in headquarters. Because the information that he's giving to members is not in touch with what is on the ground. Honorable Speaker, I want the CS to answer on that. Number two, I'm very surprised that Kajiado is not on the list of counties with acute teacher shortages. And the main reason for this, Honorable Speaker, is we have lazy government employees who, when they are supposed to collect information, they don't go beyond town centers. Kajiado is a very unique county. If you go to Kajiado West and visit Kiserian, you have visited an urban part of that constituency. But if you go ahead and go to Mosiro and go to Magadi, that's a rural part of Kajiado West. If you go to Kajiado Town and visit schools in Kajiado Town around the area, you have not seen the rural of Kajiado Central. You need to go to schools like Sere Primary, you need to go to schools like Kiltirpen that border Tanzania. Now, the question is...
Avoid the temptation to make a speech or debate.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I need to be understood where I'm coming from. So the question is this information that the CS is giving us, is it from the ground or is it from technocrats from headquarters here in Nairobi? That is the question.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to ask a supplementary question aligning to GSS teachers. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that in many schools, GSS schools, to the very base they have got 3 teachers for grades 7, 8, and 9? And is he aware that in some schools the streams are more than 1? And is he aware that at times teachers are required to teach subjects they have never trained in, which makes it a complete, the students, we're just wasting the students. Thank you, Speaker.
Mama Zamzam.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Swali langu kwa waziri, hizi shule ambazo wamejenga juzi za grade 9 JCC bado hawajapata mahabara ama laboratories. Na sio hizo peke yake, hata kuna sekondari ambazo pia walikuwa hawana kabisa laboratories, wengine wanakuja kuomba katika ofisi yangu ni wajengee, na pia wale ambao wanazo hawana pia vile vifaa ndani ya labs. Umefanya jukumu gani kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa wanafunzi wanapata hizi services kule shuleni? Asante sana.
Bensouda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have 2 questions. One.
Only one. Joy Rider, only one question.
Okay, I'll conjoin them in a minute. One, could the minister inform this House the level of staff establishment and ratio of teachers, because some schools were categorized under they are adequately, some constituencies are adequately having secondary school teachers, while others are not, are having below. I was concerned because I know several schools in Homa Bay County that are totally understaffed. So what is the staff establishment? What are the ratios of school? And what is the level that is required? 2, previously the government has utilized a lot of money in constructing schools by the Ministry of Education, that is the laboratories, before the JSS came. I've moved around and some schools, particularly I went to a George Agolo War secondary school in Karachuonyo. The classroom is dilapidated, and that is just less than 2 years down the line. Could we get data on the Ministry of Education spending in constructing schools to support these other programs, including the JSS? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information that we are submitting is collected from both the ground and the headquarters. So normally they would be collected from the ground, it is sent to the headquarters, and then it's collected for us to submit to this House. So it is done at both levels. And if there are schools that are indicated to have been supplied books and the books are not there, that is an action that needs to be taken if we have specific schools. Because we have been also to some schools in Kajiado where there are books, but there could be other schools. If there are truly no books that have been submitted and the record shows they were submitted, that is something that we can take action on. But the particular policy is that there should be one book per student per core subject. And that's why when we're talking about even grade 9, we did start distribution of 9.9 books from October 2024, leading to the grade 9 that was able to transit to grade 9 in 2025. In terms of the teachers, being 3 teachers, but it is true that and I've indicated it, that we do not have the optimal number of teachers in each school. So we are making do with the number that we have, but we are also working with TSC to retool the teachers that are there so that they are able to teach the subjects and they are able to meet the requirements of the students as we work towards employing more to ensure that we have enough. That's why we said we have employed 76,000 teachers in the last 1 or 2 years, and we continue making efforts to employ more depending on availability of budget in order for us to have the optimal number as we move forward. But we are doing everything possible, including retooling of the teachers who are there to be able to support the JSS classrooms. With respect to the staffing levels, as I've indicated, the TSC uses the CBE to staff the students, to staff the schools by teachers. And they do rationalization where we realize that maybe there are more teachers in one place than the other, and as I've indicated, they then do the inter-county transfers to ensure that we have a level of equality, a level of equity in those schools. And with respect to the question of laboratories, we are working towards building more laboratories, and beginning July, we have a plan to build another 1,600 laboratories in these schools, and we are working towards ensuring that we use every method possible, including virtual learning, to ensure that the students have actually interacted with the laboratory or laboratory requirements in those schools. The dilapidated infrastructure is an issue that concerns the government. That's why we've continued to work towards improving that infrastructure depending on availability of resources. The last 2 years, the ministry has not gotten any infrastructural funds to be able to put into the infrastructure of building of classrooms. We did do the classrooms for grade 9 on a fund that we received from the World Bank. That's how we were able to do the 16,000 classrooms for grade 9. But we continue working towards ensuring that we improve these facilities even with our partners. Thank you, and I submit.
Kazim Tandaza. Question 038.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Call the Cabinet Secretary, Roman 1, provide the number. I'm repeating the number. That is the question as it stands to answer. The number of qualified teachers trained to teach students in the select pathways provided for in senior secondary school under the CBC. Question, Honorable Minister, the number in the different pathways as you stand to answer. 2, state how many, how many, this is again the number of qualified teachers that have been posted to the Matuga constituents, posted to Matuga constituents and Kwale County. And 3, outline the measures put in place by the ministry to have enough qualified teachers for creative arts and sports. This being the other pathway, this country has a lot of talent in that area. So I'm still asking for the number of qualified teachers for creative arts and sports in all the schools in Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let the minister answer the question before we have joyriders. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To prepare for senior school, the government has begun retooling a total of 131,246 senior school teachers to transition the students to senior school. In order to mitigate the challenges of handling the new learning areas and technical subjects, the Ministry and the Teacher Service Commission will work together to ensure the following. 1, the Kenya School of TVET will enroll and prepare the diploma technical teachers who have a mean grade of C+ and who have done 2 technical subjects to undergo through a pedagogical course and other education courses required to qualify to teach at senior school. Number 2, universities will enroll students in 2 technical subjects and pedagogical content knowledge with a strong basis in education. The diploma technical teachers with KCSE mean grade C+ and 2 teaching subjects in which they have scored a mean grade of C+ and trained adequately in pedagogical knowledge will be absorbed by the Commission to enable them to teach effectively at senior school. Part 2 of that question. By the financial year 2024-2025, the Teacher Service Commission had recruited and posted a total of 1,318 teachers to junior school, both permanent and pensionable, as well as interns to various sub-counties in Kwale County. The allocation per sub-county is as follows: Kinango, 244, Matuga, 212, Lungalunga, 301, Msambweni, 190, Samburu, 279, Shimba Hills, 92, total 1,318. Mr. Speaker, creative arts and sports is one of the learning areas in junior school, grade 7 to 9. In creative arts and sports, students explore various creative expressions and physical activities, including composing, rhythm and melody, athletics, handball, football, storytelling, and Kenya folk songs. The Teacher Service Commission is providing qualified teachers for creative arts and sports for junior school by recruiting and deploying the available music, fine art, and physical education teachers. The ministry, through the Diploma Secondary Education Teacher Training Colleges, that is Kagumo, Lugari, and Kibabi, is training teachers specifically on the performing arts and visual arts learning areas. These teachers will complete their training in July 2025 and will be vital for bridging any shortages of the creative and art teachers in the country. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Shimba. Sorry, Shimba, hold on. Changamwe, take your seat. Let's give the owner of the question the first bite.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether the CS read my question and whether he is answering the question. Question 038 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, my question, Roman 1, was the number of qualified teachers trained to teach students in select pathways provide, and the answer does not give the number. That was the question. The gist of this question was the number trained in the different pathways. He has gone to elaborate, give us theories, and which is not related to the question. So in case he can't get the numbers now, is it possible for this question to be deferred so that he can come with a correct answer to my question? Roman 2 was how many qualified teachers? He has given a number of 212, which I don't dispute, but to answer that question, I expected him to say out of the 212, this number are for arts, this number are for STEM, and this number is for performing arts and sports, because that was the gist of the CBC, to get those 3 pathways. There is no answer to that question, Honorable Speaker. He goes on to state that TVET will enroll. And we know by next year, this senior secondary school will be, the students will be in grade up to 9, grade 10. But up to this juncture, he's talking of TVET will enroll. He's talking of diploma teachers with the C+ will be absorbed. So, numbers, Honorable Speaker, and I think this question will only be answered if the CS will come up with the numbers. Even on the last item, paragraph 47 of his answer, when he talks of Kagumo, Lugari, specifically on the performing arts and visual arts, which was the gist of my question, he still says they will, without even giving numbers, vis-a-vis the demand of this, the schools in senior secondary school and what my question was asking. Honorable Speaker, if we cannot get the numbers, I will request that this question is deferred to answer the specific questions that I had asked. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Omar Mwinyi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Ask
Thank you.
your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, listening to the questions which you normally ask whenever ministers come here, I would feel it will be proper for the minister to prepare a list for all the constituencies in the country to indicate the number of teachers that they have, the shortages, so that at least the purpose of that would be to correct those anomalies, so that we create equity, so that every constituency gets a fair share of the teachers. Otherwise, I'm sure next month another member would ask the same question for his constituency, yet the minister will get away with those type of answers where we still need some more information. So I think they better print a list of all the constituencies that we have in the country with the teachers, the shortages, so that the TSC can then make what we call affirmative action to correct the anomalies that are there within the ministry. And Mr. Speaker, since the minister is here, I would also want to get it from him. How are you dealing with the principals who are still refusing to give the certificates to the learners who had actually completed schools? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary. You'll respond to those ones. Question number 3825 requires data.
Yes.
Cabinet Secretary, if you don't have the data,
Thank you.
The provision of the data can, upon request, be delivered to a date we may specify. Kindly respond.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that guidance. It is true that I have not sort of stipulated the number of teachers in each pathway. I have given a general number, that's 131,246. And I've also given the 1,318 without stipulating which pathways, which teachers are in which pathways. I beg to be allowed to go and redo that response so that I can stipulate each particular pathway with the correct number of teachers, both nationally and in the constituency and the Matuga constituency and Kwale County, so that we can have that stipulated and it outlined. And with respect to the question of dealing with this globally, so that we can do all the constituencies and actually get the data indicating the number of teachers, what they are teaching, what they are qualified for, and the shortages, so that each constituency then can pick, we can have a global view. I seek for more time to be able to submit that data so that we can then interrogate each particular constituency as and when we are able to do that. So if I'm allowed, we'll work with the TSC to provide that data so that it is completely clear. I submit.
Yeah, honorable members, for the convenience of the House, that data, in case it will be taking long for the Cabinet Secretary to return to the plenary, can be delivered, if it is available in good time, to the relevant committee, the Departmental Committee on Education, which can then invite all members to actually scrutinize and ensure the information you need in terms of how teachers are allocated to your constituencies is represented. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Question number... Yes, there is the directive you issued, Cabinet Secretary, about the release of academic certificates by various schools.
Actually, that question is in here, but I can say the following. The directive that we gave to the principals is based under Article 53 of the Constitution and the Kenya National Examinations Act 2012, section 10, subsection, I think, 2. And it simply says nobody is allowed to hold any certificate belonging to a student. And no institution and no person. So we gave that directive and we issued a circular to follow that directive. A number of principals have complied. A number have not complied. We gave them 14 days, which is expiring next week. After that, our county directors of education and the sub-county directors of education will collect the data and will do two things. One, will take disciplinary action against those principals who have not complied through the TSC. Yes. But more seriously, we will undertake a legal process against those teachers. The reason is this: all the certificates that they are holding bear the name of the students. They do not bear the name of the parents. No school has an agreement, a contractual obligation with the student to pay school fees. They have a contractual obligation with the parents. So you are holding a certificate belonging to somebody else to secure debts of somebody else. So we'll take some legal action, which we are still working on, to ensure that those who've been holding these certificates for whatever reason, and they told me that these directives have been given even from the Moi era, but this time they'll pay personally once we do the quantification of the loss that the students have undergone. Because when you hold the certificate of the students, for example, currently they are supposed to be applying to COOPS to get to university. When you are holding it, they will not be able to get to university. So you're actually killing their life. And you have no control, you have no contract. Number two, there is no, it is the government that pays for examinations. So nobody has, you have not paid for the examination that leads to the certificate being issued. So with this time, we will take action, and we'll take serious action against those principals. And we've agreed with the Teacher Service Commission that they'll take serious disciplinary action, and we as a ministry will take legal action on behalf of the students. That's what we are going to do.
I know that is a very crucial matter for all members of parliament. I think the point the CS is making is that it is wrong for any institution to hold back the life and the progress of any student. Also, if you consider that the majority of them are children, and therefore fall under the law he has quoted and Article 53 of the Constitution. Honorable CS, that is a matter you are passionate about. Let me say you've done well to communicate it to the public, and I hope all principals are watching. Please follow it through with action. Honorable members, let us not overflog it. Let us wait for action from the Cabinet Secretary. Question number 039 of 2025, the question by the member for Kitunguri, the Honorable Gadoni Wamuchomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 39, but before so, Speaker, with your permission, allow me to just stress to the Minister that it is imperative for him to always pronounce statements in this House that are followed by actions. I refer to his session in November last year when we inquired about the preparedness of the JSS grade 9 classrooms. And he came here and assured us that the classes are going to be ready in January. From where I sit in Githunguri constituency, we still have many schools that still don't have those classes. So he gave me some level of comfort in November.
The Honorable Wamuchomba.
And therefore I would want, yes, Speaker.
Kindly ask the question on the order paper.
Thank you, sir.
Then the matter you are raising can be raised in the context of other relevant questions.
I oblige, thank you. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the total amount of capitation funds disbursed by the Ministry of Education per school in the financial year 2024-2025 in Githunguri constituency? and the number of students per school who have benefited from the funds. Part 2, state the criteria used by the ministry to suspend students from NEMIS and safeguards in place to ensure that eligible students do not get suspended in the future. Part 3, outline the total number of students in public primary and secondary schools in the Githunguri constituency who have been suspended from NEMIS and, since the beginning of the year 2024 academic year. Part 4, provide the current status of student registration on NEMIS across public schools in the country. And Part 5, outline measures put in place, if any, to ensure smooth NEMIS operations and sufficient disbursement of funds to prevent future disruptions in learning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part 1 of the question. Thus far, the sum of 13,265,471,000 has been disbursed to schools in Githunguri constituency as capitation under the Free Primary Education Program. The total amount of capitation per primary school in Githunguri constituency for financial year 2024-2025 is stipulated in the table below. My apologies, it is 13,265,471, not billion. There is a table that we've stipulated in our answer, and the number of schools go to a total of 53 schools. The number of students are various, like AK Magugu, term 1 was 266 students, term 2 was 283 students, and term 3, enrollment in term 3 was 266 students, enrollment in term 2 was 283. Like that, I've given that table. If I go through it, it will take too long. And that also is a position for high school. We have 38 schools in secondary schools. So it's 13 million plus. In the criteria used, Mr. Speaker, may I begin by clarifying that no learners are suspended from the National Education Management Information System, NEMIS. NEMIS was introduced to act as a source of reliable, real-time educational data. The data uploaded is then used in making important policy decisions, including the allocation of capitation to learners. It is a requirement that details of all learners enrolled in both public and private institutions be uploaded in NEMIS. In order to ensure the integrity of the data on NEMIS, the learners' birth certificates numbers are uploaded on the system so that each learner has a unique identifier. This ensures that there are no fictitious learners on the system. Since some parents are unable to promptly provide the birth certificates for their children, the ministry uses the NEC assessment numbers for learners in grade 3, 4, 5, and 6 so that they can use those to upload. However, the requirement for birth certificate is still retained for learners in grade 1 and 2. Learners whose details have been uploaded on NEMIS without a unique identifier are not considered for capitation since their existence cannot be verified. To ensure that eligible learners are funded, the ministry regularly requires head teachers to upload full learners' details on NEMIS. Number 2, identifies all learners whose full details have not been uploaded to alert the head teachers so that they can upload the details. Number 3, they hold regular sensitization meetings, both physical and online, with sub-county directors of education to equip them with skills for supervising the uploading of data on NEMIS by the schools in their areas of jurisdiction. Part 3 of that question, Mr. Speaker, as I've already stated, the ministry does not suspend learners from NEMIS. What happens is that the learners whose full details are not provided on NEMIS are highlighted on the system to signal the head teachers and county directors of education to provide the requisite information. Part 4, The number of basic education learners registered on NEMIS as at 1720 hours on 8th April 2025 stood at 6,774,565. Mr. Speaker, part 5 of that question, to ensure smooth NEMIS operations and seamless provision of capitation, the ministry takes the following measures. 1, regular digital skills training and capacity building initiatives to NEMIS users, including education managers, policymakers, field officers, heads of institutions, partners, and the community. Number 2, the regular and continuous updates and verification of students' bio details and accompanying school infrastructure needs. Number 3, enhancing systems integration between NEMIS and other systems in the education, including NEC and KICD Cloud, among others. And number 4, the provision of training to stakeholders on capitation requirements in NEMIS and early sensitization for data capture and updates. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Omuchomba.
Thank you, CS, for the for the response. However, I am not satisfied with your statement that no student has been suspended from NEMIS system from Githunguri constituency. This is backed by some facts that I can table on the floor of this House, that over 311 students as at 25th of March this year were not in the NEMIS system. The teachers complained that every time they try to return the student in the system, the students are highlighted and the system does not allow them back into the system. And that I can table as evidence, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would seek your indulgence on that issue. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, the CS has said that the total number of public students in Githunguri that are receiving NEMIS funds, he has said that he has a schedule. I would love that he shares with me that schedule through you, Mr. Speaker, with your guidance, so that I can be able to disseminate information accordingly. Thank you.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Wanted to joyride on this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had a concern. According to Vision 2030, by now we should be having equal opportunities to all children in Kenya. Equal, like education-wise, if any student goes to school, they should be assured that they will learn without being sent home for lacking fees. What is your plan in assuring that we do not have some students in Kenya who are always thrown out of class for lacking fees? And 2, for us to also have smooth education, what are your plans to ensure that teachers or the headmasters, the principals of schools, run their programs smoothly without having to wait for a very long time, to the level some of us here MPs have to make some noise and the teachers also make some noise for any money to reach their banks for them to do any transactions. Then lastly, if you go to some schools in Kenya, some students and pupils still sit on the floor, or they sit on stones or logs of trees. Where on earth, in this time and age, should we still be observing that? Actually, I visited one in my county, and I was shocked that students still go through that, and yet they sit same exams just like any other privileged students. So again, I'm back on the equality question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 311 students that have not been returned back for one reason or another, I would urge the honorable member to share with us that information so that we can find out, because if they have met the requirements of the birth certificates or the number, the assessment number, they should be able to be uploaded back so that they can become part and parcel of that. So we need to know what would be the reason or the challenge that they have, so that we can handle that issue. We will be sharing, we've already shared the data. I think the clerk will share with you that data, and if there's any more information that you require, please let us know that we can coordinate and sort that out. On the question of equal opportunities, the head teachers are not allowed to send students home for lack of fees, because secondary and primary schools is funded by the government, unless it is the portion that relates to boarding that the parents pay. But otherwise, the guidelines from the ministry is that you do not send the students home, for example, for the delays in capitation, and that will answer the second part of that question. And we had indicated, in fact, last time there was a bit of a delay in the release of capitation, and we did urge the principals and the head teachers not to send the students home, and they obliged. And we normally work very closely with the Ministry of Treasury to ensure that the capitation is released on time. Last September, it was released 2 days before opening, so we did not have that challenge. But in January, there was a bit of a challenge. We had to do it even in installments. For the second term that is coming, we are already engaging with the Treasury, including this morning we had a meeting with Treasury to try and negotiate with them to ensure that we receive the capitation before the schools open. So it is that balancing act that we have to do because of the scarcity of resources to ensure that the money is in school so that there is no hardship for the teachers. It's an understandable challenge, but it's a challenge that is across the board that we are working very, very hard to ensure that maybe going forward it can be resolved. On the issue of the infrastructure relating to the children not having enough either desks or classrooms, this is the normal challenge that the government is facing, and as I said earlier, we are working very closely, including with members of parliament through the CDF. And thank you very much, by the way, members, because some of the institutions I've visited, you've done a very good job in support of our institutions in coming up with classrooms, buying desks, and supporting the students in those areas. So it is something that we are facing as a country, but we work every day to see that that problem is resolved. Thank you.
Yes, the next question is on the same subject matter. Why don't I allow the Honorable Simon Kingara to ask it, then we can have more joy riders stretch the matter. It's on the same subject matter, for the convenience of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for according me this opportunity to ask question number 40 of 2025, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. One, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Mutuya Primary School in Oiro constituency, despite being duly registered and having its learners onboarded on the NEMIS portal, has not received the free day secondary education capitation funds allocated to the junior secondary schools? Mr. Speaker, number 2, can the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures being taken to ensure that Mutuya Primary School receives capitation fund to cater for the 242 students registered as junior secondary school learners? Finally, Mr. Speaker, can the Cabinet Secretary provide timelines for the release of the funds to facilitate the smooth operation of the school? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, capitation is provided to schools on the basis of NEMIS. Each junior school is required to do a requisition for a NEMIS code and fill in a capitation grant form application. The head teacher of an institution is expected to upload learners and bank accounts details on the NEMIS portal. In the case of Mutuya Primary School, the head teacher had not uploaded the bank account details by the time the capitation bank schedules were generated on the 6th of December 2024. The system could therefore not allocate funds to the institution. The head teacher had a meeting with the ministry officials on the 22nd of January 2025 and was advised on the necessary requirements. Following our guidance, Mr. Speaker, the head teacher has now uploaded all the necessary information about the school and learners on the NEMIS portal. The institution will therefore benefit from the capitation starting from next term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Honorable Simon Kingara.
Thank you, CS, for the answer. But my question, noting that this money is to facilitate the school, what will happen that the term has lapsed now?
The Honorable Mulanya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a bite on part one of the question, particularly on capitation to junior secondary school. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us how much parents are required to pay in terms of school fees?
Honorable Mulanya, your question should be asked when the next question is raised. This one deals with the registration on NEMIS. So you just take back your seat when the next question by the Honorable Rueda Obo is asked. I'll give you the chance to ride over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo.
Speaker, I just want the Cabinet Secretary, he might not have the information now, but he could go back and counter-check and take necessary action. If he is aware, Milimani Primary School and Sirekeresi Primary School. Milimani Primary School and Sirekeresi Primary School in Funyula constituency that got the registration certificate, I think it's called iPad, whatever they call it, sometimes early last year, and up to now, they have not been registered to receive capitation. And if we could expedite the process to ensure in the next disbursement, they have received that capitation. Secondly, Speaker, on the same matter, free-day secondary school education, what is the policy of the ministry as regards the school feeding program where parents contribute towards feeding the day scholars in schools? What is the policy, and is there any set figure in that, on that score? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to get the question on the Milimani school. I don't have that data, I don't have that information. If the honorable member could request the head teacher to write to us directly so that we can have those two head teachers, so that we could understand what the challenge is with respect to them being uploaded, so that we can then deal with it since registration has already taken place. On the school feeding program, the one that you are talking about is the arrangement between parents and the school with respect to day schools where they give money for lunch. There is no specific amount that the government says you need to pay X amount of money. But the policy is whether or not the parents pay for the school fee, that particular portion, the students should never be sent home for lack of that money or that payment of that money. That is the position. Because it's free primary, free secondary, that is an arrangement that is between the school and them, but you cannot send away the children because the parents have not paid for lunch.
Thank you. The Member of Parliament for Lammu East, the Honorable Captain Rueda Obo MP, to ask question number 41 of 2025.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Honorable Rueda. Honorable Simon Kingara, there is a matter not clarified.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think I was not answered on what will happen because now the money was supposed to have come, the school was going on, there's that deficit. Is there an reimbursement on the same?
Cabinet Secretary.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is no provision for reimbursement because they were not in the system, so it's not possible for us to, they'll have to continue from where it was. I know, it might not be fair, but that is the position. Perhaps we will relook at that and see what else we can do under different heads to resolve that particular issue. So, yeah.
The Honorable Rueda Obo to proceed and ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to ask question 041/2025 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, clarify whether secondary school in Lammu East constituency receive capitation for their repair, maintenance, and improvement of facilities in their schools? 2, provide a report on the utilization of fund by Kizingitini Secondary School in Lammu East constituency, particular to maintain the facilities in the schools. 3, state the measure taken by the ministry to ensure that maintenance and improvement of the schools property like classroom windows and doors are done with the fund provided by the ministry.
The Honorable Cabinet Secretary to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the approved capitation grant for secondary schools is 22,244 per learner. For boarding schools, this amount is supplemented by household contributions that parents pay as boarding fees, also at prescribed rates. The breakdown of this approved amount in terms of unit cost is as follows. Number 1, learning and teaching materials and exams, 4,144. Repair, maintenance and improvement, 5,000. Local travel and transport, administrative costs, electricity, water, conservancy, personal emolument, 9,400. Activity fees, 1,500. Medical and insurance, 2,000. And Simase, 200, making a total of 22,244. And you'll notice the component for repairs, maintenance, and improvement in the 22,244 is 5,000, so it is in there. The actual amount disbursed to schools every academic year, however, depends on the budget allocated by the National Assembly. The unit costs are prorated accordingly. Lammu East has 6 public secondary schools as follows: Pate Girls Secondary School, CU Secondary School, Faza Secondary School, Sheikh Msalamu Secondary School, Kizingitini Secondary School, and Kiunga Secondary School. All the 6 schools receive the free day secondary education funds, which includes the repair, maintenance, and improvement component. Part 2. Kizingitini Secondary School is situated in Kizingitini Village in Faza Division, Lammu East Sub-County. The school is a mixed-day secondary school bordering the Indian Ocean. The school is managed by a board of management led by Mr. Omar Sheyumbe. The day-to-day operations are run by Mr. James Mwema, who is the principal, assisted by Mr. Joel Moki, the deputy principal. In the year 2022-2023, the amount disbursed for infrastructure was 1.4 million. The amount budgeted for infrastructure was 1.4 million. 2023-2024, the budget was 1.5, and 2024-2025 was 1.7, making a total of 4.6. The actual amount received by the school capitation is as follows. 2022-2023, they received 3,965,812. The component for repair, maintenance, and improvement was 1,105,000. In the year 2023-2024, they received 4,559,530. The component for repairs, maintenance, and improvement was 821,750. The year 2024-25, they received 3,381,581. The component for repairs, maintenance, and improvement was 797,250. So the total component for repairs, maintenance, and improvement was 2,224,000 in those 3 years. Thus, the school received a total of 11,912,932 as capitation, from which 2.9 million was to be transferred to the infrastructure account. In addition, the school received 1.5 million from the ministry as a grant for development and Kenya shillings 1,576,440 for CBC classrooms. Thus, the school received a total of 6,440,000 in that material period for infrastructure. However, it has been established that these funds were not utilized for infrastructure improvement alone. Instead, the funds were utilized in operations without the requisite authority from the County Director of Education. The ministry has commissioned a comprehensive investigation into the matter to inform further action. Number 3, the ministry issues guidelines to schools on the utilization of capitation, including the component on repair and maintenance as infrastructure. Through our field officers, county and sub-county directors of education, and internal audit unit, we strive to ensure that the funds are utilized in accordance with the guidelines. Instances of non-compliance are subjected to appropriate remedial action in accordance with the facts of each case. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Does Honorable Rueda Obo confirm the responses are satisfactory?
Nashukuru Bwana Spika. Majibu ni mazuri kutoka kwa waziri. Amenipatia information zaidi, lakini kuna masikitiko ni kwamba hiyo pesa kule imekuwa ni kama maintenance, ni kama inategemea tu mbunge. Ndio maana nikaleta hapa. Imekuwa kama kioo cha dirisha, au dirisha ikiharibika kitu kidogo, haifanywi, inangojea paka CDF ije ifanye repair au ifanye renovation. So skuli nyingi sasa imekuwa huwezi kuendelea mengine mbele, wewe unaendelea mengine kujenga, pengine madarasa yanahitajika, labs zinahitajika, lakini huku walimu kama Kizingitini. Sahihi shule ina shida na nalaumika mbunge kwa sababu haina madirisha, upepo ni mwingi. Na madirisha yalikuweko. Sasa sisi tutakuwa kitu kidogo kiharibika paka turudi kwa CDF. Mimi nilikuwa naomba wizara iangalie mambo haya kwa sababu inaturegesha nyuma sana. Lakini waziri pia hapo imeonesha, wewe mwenyewe umeona, Kizingitini imepata 1.5 grant, na ambapo kuna shule zingine hapa Kenya tumeona wakipata milioni 100. Kwa hivyo angalia wewe mwenyewe katika hiyo kujibu swali lako, imeonesha hapo udhaifu na sisi vile tunavyonyanyaswa sehemu zetu. Na shule zile ni maskini, huwezi kuzifananisha na shule za town. Sasa utafuta mipangilio ya kuhakikisha shule kama zile zimepata pesa ya kutosha. Kama sababu umesema katika jibu lako kwamba zimetumika kwa upande wa operation, ni ukweli. Wakiandika hawana walimu, wakiandika walimu wanatumia pengine pesa hiyo. So umeona tabu tulizonazo kwa hizi shule. Kwa hivyo ningetarajia ukija hapa wakati mwingine useme nimepeleka Kizingitini milioni 100 kama kule Alliance au na kwingine inapopelekwa. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I've allowed you to say that much because of where you come from. The last joyrider will be the Honorable Julius Sunkuli will take precedence. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, just to emphasize on the question of Honorable Rueda, can the Minister consider making a visit to some of the schools to actually ascertain for himself the fact that capitation funds are actually not applied transparently? Because in many places, you cannot point at a project that has been done by capitation maintenance. And indeed, we can point out from CDF funds that this has been done. And because the National Office of the CDF has a proactive way of ensuring that monies are applied well. Now that this money comes from your office, Mr. Minister, can you find a way of directly ensuring that the transparency is applied in the application of these funds?
The Honorable Makali Mulu, and then lastly, the Honorable Milanya.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, maybe what Honorable Suguri, just to put in another way, is there a system in the ministry which monitors how these resources are used? Because I don't think the minister will be able to go to all the primary schools and secondary schools in Kenya but is there either a department or a unit which does internal monitoring of how the resources are being used? But on the issue of capitation, Honorable Speaker, the other challenge is, Honorable Speaker, and I think this applies to all of us, even the members of Parliament. You know, we put this money in the budget, Honorable Speaker, but the reality is that Treasury is not releasing this money also to the schools. Is there also a way we can be maybe with the liaison with the ministry? Because to me, I think in terms of prioritization, how the resources flow from Treasury to other ministries and to other sectors, I think, Speaker, the education sector should be given priority number one after possibly Parliament. So that after we release money to Parliament, the next sector to get money should be education, because that's what affects most of us. And maybe the third one will be health. But I see an inverse kind of relationship in terms of releasing resources. So we need to enforce the fact that...
Honorable Makali Mulu, I thought this Parliament should come after education and health.
No, you know, Honorable Speaker, what is coming out is now that from what members are saying in terms of CDF, Honorable Speaker, we are doing everything for schools. So even this capitation, when it goes to the teachers, it's only CDF which ends up. When I talk about Parliament, I mean the money through the patronage of members. Not the money for our own use here, but patronage of members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Makali Mulu is in the Budget Committee. So take his questions very seriously. The Honorable Milanya last on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question regards capitation for junior secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the ministry has a guideline whereby the government is providing 15,000 for junior secondary schools. But the information on the ground, you find that the head teachers are charging 3,000 per term for junior secondary students. So can the minister provide the regulated school fees for junior secondary so that it's well known, so that parents don't suffer? Because I'm seeing a situation whereby the junior secondary school issue is going to be a problem, because every time we issue bursaries, the junior secondary school parents are also on our case, so they're requesting for bursary. Mr. Speaker, just on a further note on that, can also the minister give us the policy directive they are going to follow to ensure that the guidelines being provided are being followed? Because we have policies in this country, like he has mentioned about the issue of certificates. When you go to the ground, the treatment the parents get from the principal is different. So I promise that they are going to follow up without proper action.
Noted, Honorable Milanya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the question of the amounts that are given schools in terms of the infrastructure for repairs, where we have indicated that the Lammu particular schools are indicated they received 1,500,000, and the Honorable Member was saying there are others that are receiving more. We, as a ministry, would be working towards ensuring that there is a balance and there is equitable distribution of the available resources. And in terms of ensuring that the funds that we release to the schools are utilized for the purpose for which they were released, we have our quality assurance officers and our school audit unit that normally audit these funds to ensure that they have been applied. And where we find that they've not been applied properly, action then is taken on a case-per-case basis. The capitation that is given to junior school is around about 15,000, if I'm not wrong, 15,040, 15,740. And there is no requirement for parents to pay more than that, because that is what we normally provide for. So their teachers are not allowed to charge extra levies, and we have policies and we've issued guidelines and we've issued circulars to this effect. Where a head teacher or a principal is found to have flouted and is levying what we are calling illegal levies, then action is taken against them on a case-per-case basis. It's not government policy that they will charge or they would ask for more money. I welcome the suggestion that the education sector budget be given priority and even ring-fenced so that we are able to ensure that we keep our children and our teachers in school and in class. Thank you for that suggestion.
Cabinet Secretary, before you sit, this money that goes to schools, what percentage of it, or rather is there a definite percentage which goes towards general repair and maintenance, that in terms of oversight, the members here can help the ministry cross-check when they do their general oversight in their constituencies?
Yes, for secondary schools, it's 5,000. Of the money that goes is 5,000 per student that goes for maintenance and repairs for those windows, for whatever is broken. For junior school, it's 4,000 shillings in the 15,000.
Honorable members, you now know what to check in terms of your roles under Article 95. The Honorable Chief Romondo is to ask question number 42 of 2025 on behalf of the member of Kaloleni, the Honorable Paul Katana. The ruling I'm giving, even with this notable presence in the House, is that this question has been responded to. Cabinet Secretary, is the question concerning the failure by various schools to issue certificates. Yes, and I think the Cabinet Secretary was very emphatic and clear on that, and action will be taken. The Member of Parliament for Homa Bay County, the Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensouda, to ask question number 43 of 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary question number 045-43, 2025. Could the Cabinet and these questions, they are addressing issues of adult education. Could the Cabinet Secretary indicate whether there exists adult education institution in the country and provide details on the government's policies regarding adult education, including its operational framework and accessibility by marginalized communities? Roman 2, state how many teachers in the country are trained and specialized in adult education, including measures put in place by the ministry to enhance their capacity. Roman 3 outlines steps taken by the government to sensitize and encourage potential students to enroll in adult education program. My three questions are based on bottom-up economy, digital transformation, and also students, teenage mothers drop out from school. Adult education should be taken up seriously. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adult and continuing education has been a national priority since independence. Literacy is essential for sustainable development. Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution guarantees every person the right to education. In line with this commitment, the Ministry of Education has developed and is implementing policies and guidelines to support the delivery of adult education, continuing education as an integral component of the lifelong learning. The legal framework includes the Basic Education Act 2013, which recognizes adult and continuing education as a critical component within the broader basic education framework. In terms of the policy and strategic framework, the Kenya Vision 2030 prioritizes human capital development and lifelong learning as enablers of national transformation. In the education sector, the sessional paper number 1 of 2019 underscores the need to promote lifelong learning and skills development for youth and adults. The National Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023-2027 outlines strategic interventions to improve access, equity, and quality in adult education. The strategic plan also provides for the review and harmonization of adult and continuing education policies. In addition to this, there is the National Adult and Continuing Education Framework 2010, which provides for concrete policy options on what should be done to overcome the challenges of literacy and numeracy as to enable adult and continuing education play its rightful role in national development. Currently, the ministry has developed the national policy on adult and continuing education to provide an updated policy environment for the governance and coordination of adult and continuing education in the country. At the ministry level, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the adult and continuing education is coordinated under the Directorate of Adult and Continuing Education within the State Department of Basic Education. The operational framework includes the following. 1, community-based learning centers. These are centers that serve as key delivery points for literacy, numeracy, and lifelong skills training, especially in rural and informal settlements. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development has also developed curricula tailored for adult learners, while the Kenya National Examinations Council administers proficiency assessments and certification. The government has also continued to recruit and capacity build adult education officers, instructors, and facilitators to ensure quality delivery of services. There is also monitoring and evaluation through a structuring, monitoring, and evaluation framework that is in place to track learner enrollment, completion, and progression, feeding the national education data system such as NEMIS. The government has prioritized the inclusion of marginalized and underserved populations in adult and continuing education programming. This is through various interventions like mobile learning units and integration with alternative provision of basic education and training programs, development of inclusive learning materials, and deployment of specialized instructors to enhance participation, strengthening partnerships with civil society and faith-based organizations to expand reach and accessibility, specific efforts to address barriers faced by women, youth, and elderly learners, including flexible learning schedules and sensitization campaigns in a bid to promote gender and age inclusion. And lastly, integration of digital literacy and vocational training to improve employability and livelihoods among adult learners. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have rolled out recognition of prior learning to provide a framework for the recognition of informal skills and competencies gained through experience. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are 148,341 adults enrolled in institutions countrywide. Part 2. The Directorate of Adult and Continuing Education in the State Department for Basic Education is responsible for adult education instructors. There are 2 categories of adult education instructors. We have full-time and part-time instructors. The full-time instructors are employed by the Public Service Commission of Kenya on a permanent and pensionable basis and work full-time. The total number of full-time instructors in the country is 797. They are trained in adult education and andragogy, in teacher certificate in adult education, diploma education, adult education and community development, Bachelor of Education, Adult Education and Community Development, and Masters in Education and Adult Education. The part-time instructors are engaged by the government on a voluntary and temporary basis. They work for 2 hours per day for 3 days a week. They are paid a token of appreciation called honorarium for the work done for 10 months in a year. Funds for payment of honoraria for these instructors are channeled through the county directors of education. To enhance the capacity of the instructors, the Directorate regularly conducts in-service training. The Ministry also approves courses for those who wish to undertake further studies. The instructors are encouraged to undertake self-sponsored short promotional courses. Part 3. In order to encourage potential students to enroll for adult education programs, the Directorate undertakes various activities such as the International Literacy Day, held annually in September in all the 47 counties, the Learners Week, held a day to the International Literacy Day, community mobilization drives through public barazas, publicity through print and electronic media, and advocacy and through established community learning centers, known as community libraries, which cater for lifelong learning. We have also set up adult education desks in all Huduma centers to encourage the enrollment for adult education. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogoben Suda. Any rejoinder?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to appreciate the fair attempt by the Cabinet Secretary. However, I would want to request the Cabinet Secretary to ensure what he has explained has a lot of value if they are operationalized practically in the community. Implementation. I would therefore request that a tabulation data is provided to the members so that we actually know, because these issues touches and affects us as a country when it comes to issues during election, issues of hustler funds, issues of mamamboga, the people who have dropped out from school, those who are supposed to be rehabilitated. If I walk to any Huduma center, I don't think I would find that, just to cite. Equally, if the Huduma center are supposed to be mobile and provide for the services, first of all, they'll talk about we don't have vehicles, we don't have fuel, there is no budget. Could this be operationalized in terms of implementation and a tabulation of similar data disseminated so that some of the challenges we are experiencing as a country can be curbed before we come to the actual problems? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary, that is for noting and for further policy refinement. The Honorable Charles Guna, you want to address the matter of adult education?
Yes.
Or a separate issue?
Yeah, it's just a joyride question.
No, on adult education?
Yes.
No, because if it is not related to adult education, I'll create time for those general questions towards the end.
Okay.
Do we have any person who wants to ride on the matter of adult education? The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
I've been here the whole day. I just want to find out, I think it's a very good question raised by my colleague. I have not noticed this at all in my constituency, and that's very important because those days, Mr. Speaker, we saw this program when we were very young, but it's vetted out. How do I know, for example, that my constituency in my county is there? Because I've not seen that at all. So it's very important, and so we can be able to see if it's twice a week, we should be able to know, and at which places. I've not seen that in my constituency.
The Honorable Cabinet Secretary, any further or additional policy guidelines you want to issue or clarify on the matter?
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided that we need to provide the data so that we can show where the centers in these constituencies on these 148,000 that we've indicated that are already in the program, so that we can then work from there. So we'll provide that data to the House so that it can be distributed for all the constituencies. And we take it positively that we need to work on the implementation of the program. And I agree with Mheshimiwa Honorable Ferdinand that when we were young, we could see it. Nowadays, because perhaps we have improved a lot, we do not see it as much because we concentrate on these others, but we'll give it some more publicity so that it can be seen and we can raise it where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The member for Nakuru County, the Honorable Lisa Chelule, to ask question number 045 of 2025. Who is that honorable member? 044.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Ask question number 44 of 2025, the member for Kiambu, the Honorable Machowa Itaka.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was wondering why you had jumped my question.
I regret the oversight.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 044 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm that the Ndigwa Primary School, established in 2006, has no room for expansion and lacks crucial facilities such as a playground? And if so, state what steps the ministry is taking to address the issue. Question number 2. outline the criteria used by the ministry to allocate infrastructure funds to public schools, and indicate when schools in Kiambu constituency, particularly those facing infrastructure deficits, will receive funding to improve learning facilities. Number 3, provide a report on the number of public schools in the country that lack playgrounds, the reasons for the deficiency, and the specific interventions by the ministry to ensure that all schools have the essential facilities for students' learning and development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tindigwa Primary School in Kiambu Sub-County sits on 3/4 of an acre. Classrooms and administration offices occupy a big portion of the land, leaving a small portion that is inadequate to be used as a playfield. The space that is left is equivalent to 1/4 of an acre. The school's population is rapidly growing and requires more land for future expansion. Currently, the school's enrollment stands at 815 learners. Since there is no playground, learners are sometimes taken to facilities away from the school in order to access playgrounds for various co-curricular activities. The ministry is currently engaging with stakeholders on the possibility of addressing the space limitation through acquisition of additional land. Part 2, infrastructure funds, Mr. Speaker, are disbursed to schools across the country based on an infrastructure needs assessment, equitable distribution, and the availability of funds. Schools with poor infrastructure that seek to benefit from the funds make a request to the Ministry of Education through the Sub-County Director of Education. The application details the infrastructure conditions of the school, the enrollment, and the estimates of the infrastructural needs. Additional supporting documents such as bills of quantities, assessment reports, and recommendations and photographs may also be provided. The boards of management also provide minutes indicating the infrastructure needs. These applications are then forwarded to the ministry for consideration. A school would then be allocated funds if the ministry determines that there is justifiable need and that the school deserves the requested intervention, subject to availability of funds. In determining the allocation of funds, the ministry seeks to ensure that the resources are equitably distributed, noting the different levels of school infrastructure development and enrollment in the various parts of the country. Other than the foregoing criteria, some schools are funded under the Emergency Response Fund if they have been befallen by calamities. Such schools may make an appropriate application for consideration, or they may be identified by the ministry through its field officers. Projects in schools that are funded under the Infrastructure Improvement and Emergency Fund have to be fully completed. Refunding can only be provided if the school writes through the Sub-County Director of Education to ascertain the state and stage of completion of such projects. This ensures there are no stalled projects and that there is value for money. We wish to indicate, however, that for the last 2 financial years, the ministry has not received any pool funds to support schools applying for infrastructural grants. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also provides infrastructure grants based on the public participation projects as decided by the constituency stakeholders and scheduled in the budget printouts by the National Treasury. In the financial year 2024-2025, for example, Nachu Primary School in Kiambu has been allocated Kenya shillings 5 million. Part 3, Mr. Speaker, the preliminary report on the number of public schools in the country that lack playground is provided in appendix number 3. And we have provided that appendix. Perhaps the clerk would provide to the members. The interventions that have been undertaken vary on the circumstances of each school. Generally, schools in densely populated urban areas lack space for expansion. In such cases, we have worked an arrangement for sharing facilities between proximate institutions and also relying on available public stadia. In rural areas and areas that still have land for expansion available, we are exploring support from partners, especially the National Government Constituency Development Fund, to support the acquisition of additional land In the meantime, the affected schools share facilities with adjacent institutions or rely on available public amenities. I submit.
The Honorable Waitaka, the response of the Cabinet Secretary is already with the table, the clerk's table here. You can get it and pursue in detail those recommendations. Do you have any further clarifications you need?
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. The CS has said that there are plans to see what can be done to get the school more facilities. I would like to inform the CS that just across the school, there is 1 acre available, and the landowner there is willing to sell the land. So I think the CS can start there.
Honorable Waitaka.
Yes.
I told you to pick the response in hard copy of the PS to your question from the clerk's office here, or from the table.
Yes.
In that response, if I heard the CS clearly, he has stated what steps you need to take.
Yes.
As an institution or as a representative, if you have to get the kind of benefit you are seeking. It is not just that there is land, but the CS has guided on what further steps ought to be made and with what officers, so that interventions, if it were to come from the ministry, is made. Would that be satisfactory?
Well guided. Well guided.
Thank you. The Honorable Basil Turide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the CS for a very comprehensive response to several questions. My question is to tell us the criteria used to disburse funds for JSS classrooms, because you can find some schools got 29 JSS classrooms while others got 64. So what criteria do you use to disburse these funds? Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, your intended question relates to the matter of purchase of additional parcels of land for schools with inadequate land.
About issues relating to schools.
No, schools is very general.
It is.
I want a joyrider. Yes, the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, let us hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here, and most of the questions are relating to individual issues in schools, except probably the last one that is coming. And then it begs the question, how is it that people have to come to as high as Parliament and the Minister to ask for questions that are relating to management of individual schools? What is the monitoring mechanism and the inspection system that would bring these issues to the attention of the ministry so that these are solved, or get them solved at a lower level? We can't have the minister coming here to address individual school issues. Policy issues related to that, it earlier said, and it's related to that, it earlier said that in terms of certificates, there are processes and so on. This Sunday, I'll be in Seme, and I'm sure there are people I told that we are looking at this matter, and I'm lucky the minister is here. What am I going to tell the parents that come that their certificates of their kids have been held? Practical issues that I go, if you go to this person, you will get it done. Because I think that is what people are looking at. Thank you.
The Honorable Nyikal, I don't think Parliament sits in vain. The Cabinet Secretaries are given this platform so that most of these policy positions on critical things like certificates can be spoken from Parliament to the nation as they watch. I think we need to direct the people we represent as members of Parliament whose certificates are held to approach the institutions holding them. And if there is a problem, we need to have the understanding that the ministry is devolved we have sub-county education officers, we have county education officers. Let that complaint be taken down there for action. But I don't think we should be in our right place as members of parliament, honorable members, to be the ones raising doubt as to whether the policy directives given will be enforced or otherwise. Ours is to ensure it is enforced and to assist the ministry to also pursue the sanctions proffered. The Honorable Cabinet Secretary is that MP for Turkana Central? You will be the last to joyride on this. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this issue of infrastructure, enrollment, and all these other matters, mine is on the schools in Turkana Central that have been submerged by the rising waters of Lake Turkana. I have raised statements here, I have written letters to the ministry. These schools that were submerged, their students or pupils are no longer in school. They are either fishing or getting into other livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, my question is, the school called Natole Primary School, a school called Katula Primary School, a school called Merrier Primary School, and a school called Nangwalpus Primary School have all been submerged. And Honorable Speaker, the rule on the 3 kilometers required by UNESCO has never been achieved in Turkana Central. Meaning, when these schools were submerged, the nearest school could be more than 10 kilometers away, or even 15. What is the ministry doing to ensure that these schools are actually constructed? I have been able to do one with the CDF funds, 5 classrooms, one of the schools, called Ngimure Primary School. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, if there are schools that went to the close, maybe the nearest school that was 5 kilometers away, like Natole Primary School, and the settlements were actually destroyed because people moved away, what is the ministry doing to ensure that these schools are also receiving food, school feeding food, program food? So because the livelihoods of most of these families were affected. Honorable Speaker, that is why I've been here since. And I need an answer from the minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MP, for Turkana Central. I've given you special leeway because of the nature of Turkana. The Honorable Cabinet Secretary, if you have a response from the MP for Turkana, and if you could clarify on the matter the Honorable Dr. Nyikal was raising and the other members in a minute or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the certificates that the Honorable Dr. Nyikal raises, as I said, the period that we gave for the head teachers to release the certificates expire next week. After that expiry, our officers on the ground will collect data of which principals and which head teachers have refused to release the certificates to the students. We will then deal with them. That's why I said we'll take action after that, because we gave them 14 days to respond and comply. And if they do not comply, we'll take the data, and that is the point at which we'll take action. So the parents that would come to you, let them confirm to the sub-county directors of education that they've gone to primary school A or secondary school B, and they've been denied the certificate, and we'll have that record. The sub-county officers and county officers will be going through the whole country to to collect that data. I know some counties where they are fully complied. I also know others who have said they are not going to comply. So we are waiting for those and we'll deal with them. I know they've been thinking that we'll not take action, but we are going to take action because it is unconstitutional and it is illegal. And Kenya is a country of laws. They are not going to be left undealt with. With respect to the schools that have been submerged, as I had indicated earlier, for the last 2 years, we haven't received any infrastructure funds. That perhaps is the reason why we've not been able to rebuild the schools that were submerged in Turkana. What we are now doing is try to work with other government institutions like the Ministry of Interior and the military to assist us in those emergency situations, to assist us in rebuilding those schools. So we'll put those schools in that program, even though we don't have funds at the moment, to see that they are done so that the students get back to school. On the school feeding program, those schools, if they were in the...
Cabinet Secretary, before you leave that part, you know the terrain and the nature of Turkana Central, and generally Turkana. It is one region and one constituency which is already marginalized. In terms of intervening for that part of Kenya so that they also don't lose on everything in terms of marginalization, what kind of intervention or special arrangement can be made to secure that the affected students have somewhere to go back to school? And I'm asking this Cabinet Secretary, knowing this was not a question on the order paper, if there is no response, it coming in the manner it has come, could a meeting even with a member of parliament for the ministry to understand the concerns of the people and to explore solution deeper be necessary or possible?
Yes, it is concerning. So what we are going to suggest is that if the member of parliament would come to the office, then we sit together and work around to see whether there is some emergency intervention that we can do, even with other ministries, so that we can resolve that matter. If you can kindly make time to come to the office and we discuss that issue. On the issue of the JS classrooms, the assessment that was done as to what number of classrooms each school would get was based on the number of students in grade 8. So the mathematics was on the basis of a classroom would take between 40 and 50 students. So if you had 100 students in grade 8, then you would be allocated 2 classrooms. That was the basis of the differences in the various classrooms. It's based on the number of enrollment on the students in grade 8. I submit.
The last question by the Member of Parliament for Nakuru County, the Honorable Lisa Chelule, MP. Question number 045 of 2025. This is a very sensitive question. Cabinet Secretary, did you have a written response to this particular question? Yes. I'm asking this for the reason that we host a special school somewhere in my constituency, and this is very pertinent.
I have a written answer. If you want, I can go through it.
I would request that if you have a written response, the member being absent, we request that a copy of your response, Cabinet Secretary, be dropped with the clerk. And let that copy, clerical team, be delivered to the member and all members who are interested under the standing orders.
We'll do that, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We are at the end of questions. Was there a statement by Honorable? The Honorable Basil, what is it? Was this question approved?
Thank you, Speaker. There's a question that I shared with the Speaker, and it was approved this morning, but it was not in the list. So that's the question I want to ask. So could the CS explain why TSC halted or delayed further payments for the retired teachers? I'm talking about 6,000 retirees who retired between 1997 and 2007, whose computations remain pending despite the High Court's ruling on October 17, 2019 in Judicial Review Application number 18 of 2012, which clarified their entitlement to pension and gratitude based on negotiated salary increments and published in Gazette Notice number 534 of 1997, and despite the reported disbursement of Kenya shillings 16.08 billion to 22,022 retired teachers by May 2023. This issue, Mr. Speaker, has remained for quite some time. Teachers, the court said they should be paid, but they were never remunerated. So it would be important if the CS can actually give us some clarity to be able to assist those retirees who are actually grappling in poverty and who are struggling to be able to meet their basic needs. Thank you.
The Honorable Robert Basil, I'm informed the question was approved, but it arrived at the table a bit late, and so it was not forwarded in time to the CS, and it is therefore not on the order paper. Unless the CS, for some reason, as a response, I want to... Do you have a response?
What I could suggest is that we'll receive the question, we'll do a written answer, and then through the relevant committee, it can be submitted to the honorable member.
Yes, so thank you. So Honorable Robert Basil, let that question already approved go through the normal processes. And arrangements will be made for the Cabinet Secretary to be back to the House in good time to respond before those Kenyans affected are so adversely affected. Honorable members, there is a statement. The Honorable Jane Kagiri. You hear a statement?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the
Order, Honorable Jane Kagiri. I thought your statement concerned the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Honorable members, because of the other pending businesses, we have to transact. The chair of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, it is very important to acknowledge that as the CS answers these questions, the members of the public are also following very closely and with a lot of interest. That makes the work of this House transparent, and we don't have to belabor to say what was said. A member of a constituent has referred me to question number 018 of 2025 in respect of what is termed as Dukie and Madrasa, because the response the CS gave was that plans and programs are at high gear to ensure that it is agreed these programs are introduced to all schools in the country. The question they're asking is this: Dukies and Madrasas are basically on Islamic religion and faith. While we appreciate that in our country we have the Christian religious education and the Islamic religious education, which are approved curriculum programs, we're worried whether these do qualify for the statement that they will be introduced in all schools. That's the clarification we are being asked to make.
The Honorable Cabinet Secretary is a senior counsel, just as the Honorable George Gitonga Murugara. Normally we would say Parliament is functus officio on that question. But Honorable Cabinet Secretary, just for clarity, if you have something to to say. Yeah.
I proceed. As I indicated, there are policies and guidelines that are being developed which will take into account how those programs will be rolled out, so that it may not be in the whole of the national schools, or even when it is in the whole of the national schools, it will not be that everybody will take the course. It will be for those perhaps who are qualified. So it is something that is being developed to ensure that we meet the obligations of the Constitution and the obligations of the Basic Education Act that has provided that we set that up. So that is why we are doing policies and guidelines to ensure that there is integration, but there is no interference. So that is what is going on, so that once the public participation, once the guidelines are done, the policies are done, they'll be subjected to public participation before they are finalized. That's why I indicated that those timelines, so that each and everybody's take would be taken into account.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary, before you make your final remarks on matters policy around the education, allow me to permit the Honorable Charles Nguna to raise an issue of general policy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 15 constituencies committed 10 million financial year 2023-2024 to construct technical institutes, TVETs. And these projects have stalled in most of the constituencies. What is the ministry doing to ensure that their commitment they wrote to us, that they have completed this project, including the Mwingi West Technical Institute, which we actually contributed 10 million, and you've not provided the money you committed to provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mawathe, what is the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the CS of Education is, your predecessor had promised to purchase a piece of land in Imaradaima for TVET. I just wanted to ask you, what are we doing, or rather, what will you do in order to be able to purchase that piece of land that previously belonged to KPLC and in Imaradaima to construct a TVET?
The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the CS was answering a question, I received a request here to ask, and I do so on behalf of my constituents who say, hello, Mheshimiwa, please help ask about localization of teachers. Some of us are still localized in faraway counties. Please, I am reading verbatim as a people's representative.
The Honorable Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask our minister, our CS, the issue of JSS. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, we have so many schools which are far apart, and the students have to travel long distances, Mr. Speaker. And I have written to the Ministry of Education, asking them to ensure that they give these schools which qualify to have JSS. Chair, that is Mr. Speaker, that's a serious issue. Last week I was in the constituency.
I get you, the Honorable Sigei.
Yes, thank you.
The Honorable Torotich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask the CS whether is aware that projects funded under the SECIP program, that is Secondary Education Quality Improvement Projects, have been riddled with corruption. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether the CS knows that those projects funded under SECIP, some have been abandoned, some have not taken off, and some projects actually have collapsed midway. Honorable Speaker, this is a serious fraud that I hope the CS is aware that the SECIP program in this country is under threat.
Thank you. The Honorable Cabinet Secretary, make your final remarks to the House. Those questions which have been asked lately, for which you have responses, please let us have the responses. If they would require a more substantive response in future, please indicate so, but then make your final remarks that we can discharge you.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to come to the House and respond to members' concerns and the public. I just want to say that I'm quite grateful from members of Parliament, and also to thank you for the kind of support you've given to the ministry in terms of the infrastructure development that you've done in the various constituencies that we've visited, where you've done a good number of classrooms and other infrastructure. And we pray that we'll continue with that collaboration, with that support, because these are all our children. And we'll do everything possible as a ministry to ensure that the partnership continues and bears fruit. On the issue of Imaradaima TVET, I will find out what the status of that purchase is, and then we'll get back to you on it, because I don't have the data or the facts relating to that particular question. On the issue of registration of the JSS schools that are far apart, the initial registrations was done based on a certain criteria. That criteria is being reviewed, and as you apply for registration, we are doing continuous registration of JSS as we meet the criteria. So that registration is ongoing. We'll not deny them the registration if they meet the required criteria in terms of numbers, and we are reducing also the distances. The issue of localized teachers, I will say that program was being implemented by TSC. We would find out why perhaps that has not been completed, but it is a process that is ongoing. The SEQI program is a program that was started some times back, and it is true that some of the projects that they were doing have stalled and have not been completed. There is an audit that is ongoing, and once we have that audit that is both physical and otherwise, we'll then make a decision on how to proceed, on how to complete those projects, and what is going to be done with the issues related to any fraud or corruption that might have happened leading to their collapse. So all in all, I'm grateful for your support, and I'm available for any clarifications that the members might require to continue serving Kenyans together. So thank you, and God bless you.
Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the part of our business on questions. Cabinet Secretary, let me register the gratitude of the House for your being available to respond to these matters of concern to the country. If you're needed in future, again, you note so many questions are coming up, even on the back of the ones which had been remitted to you. So always be available. The House is pleased by the manner you engage as a ministry that is so critical for our national progress. You are discharged from the House with your team, and we wish you well in your other state duties outside of the House. Thank you. The Honorable Jane Kagiri can now proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42, 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the status of investigations into the death of Ms. Agnes Wanjiku Wanjiru. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Agnes Wanjiku Wanjiru, a 21-year-old who lived near the Nanyuki base of British Army Training Unit, Kenya, was allegedly murdered by British soldiers in the year 2012. Her body was discovered in a septic tank at a hotel in Nanyuki town, nearly 3 months after she purportedly spent an evening with officers from the unit. In 2018, an inquest undertaken in Kenya found that Ms. Wanjiru was murdered by a British soldier. Sadly, no one has been charged or prosecuted in relation to her death, which occurred more than 13 years ago. At the time of her death, Ms. Wanjiru was the mother of a 5-month-old child who continues to suffer the consequences of this injustice. The family has severally sought justice for the death of their loved one without success, leaving them in distress and in anguish. Honorable Speaker, in 2024, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations conducted an inquiry into the operations of Batuk in Kenya, including the death of Ms. Wanjiru. However, the report on the inquiry has never been tabled in this House. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. A report on the status of investigations into the tragic death of Ms. Agnes Wanjiku Wanjiru, who was allegedly murdered in 2012 by a British soldier attached to the British Army Training Unit in Kenya. Number 2, steps taken by the Ministry of Defense to expedite the arrest, extradition, and prosecution of the suspect. Number 3, the measures put in place by the government to ensure that justice is served, including compensation to the family, and an indication on when the report of the committee on the inquiry will be tabled for consideration by the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Come again? Where is the chair on defense and foreign relations? I thought, And there is no, whip is not here, leader of the, you're the deputy. Yes, is it on the same issue?
Yes, it's on the same issue.
Proceed. You want to fortify that?
Yes.
Or you are doing it on behalf of the committee?
Yeah, I'm doing it on behalf of the committee.
What are you, the vice chair?
I'm a member. I'm a ranking member.
Okay.
This is...
okay. I thought you were going to raise issues also because similar issues have also happened on the Samburu side and all that.
No.
Anyway, proceed.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that has been before the committee.
Yes.
And we've actually done some inquiries, public inquiries on that matter. Mm-hmm. And various agencies have come before us, so it's a matter that is still live in the committee. But the question is well received, and we'll give the member a substantive reply in probably 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks' time. Okay, the chair so directs that you have that answer in exactly 2 weeks' time from today. Are we going to the next order? Yeah, next order.
Order number 10, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025, second reading, resumption of debate.
The Honorable Kaluma, you had order. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we last adjourned on this particular motion, I was making the point that some matters are too serious to be left to regulations. And I was saying that where the delegated legislation authority is being vested by this House anywhere, particularly where penalties are being proposed at up to 10 years, up to 10 or 20 million, it is so grave it is not a misdemeanor. Preferably, it should be within the body of an act of parliament. And where that is not so, Honorable Speaker, such penalties could be prescribed in regulations, but those regulations should not just be tabled in this House for purposes of noting or approval by the Committee on Delegated Legislation, but must be debated by this House and the approval of the House duly signified. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, even where we can put them in regulations, if you look at all statutes, Honorable Speaker, at the very end, some regulation-making authority is normally vested by the House. If you look at all these statutes in which various regulations with sanctions are proposed, they have regulation-making provisions. we cannot have in a statute a provision relating to regulations in some nature, and then there is a general provision. I'm therefore saying, Honorable Speaker, that in terms of form, even where we are proposing regulations, let all those provisions relating to regulation making be within the provision, usually at the last of the statute, to deal with those matters. Honorable Speaker, I have a problem with what is at page 77. There is a clause at the bottom for in terms of regulations. And Honorable Speaker, when you go over to page 50, you'll see a provision relating to the Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Act, an amendment at subclause F of that page, that this authority can impose monetary, civil or administrative sanctions for violations related to the anti-money laundering provision. Honorable Speaker, you see this authority being given power to impose sanctions, civil, including monetary, sanctions, including administrative sanctions. Number one, Honorable Speaker, it is not defined what you mean by administrative sanctions. What are their types? But number two, it is also not confirmed whether this particular agency or authority at this level is sitting as a court of law or a quasi-judicial body. Because as you know it, Honorable Speaker, you cannot make a determination touching on a person's property or a person's liberty, a person's money, without affording that person hearing. And if that hearing is going to be afforded before such sanctions can be meted by the authority, that judicial, quasi-judicial authority must be vested in the authority first by law. And then number two, Honorable Speaker, there must be secure provisions confirming that the person will be heard within the Constitution at Article 50 by an impartial and independent tribunal, not an authority making this determination on their own. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the F provisions across this bill with the various acts of parliament, it is repeated across. And I said, if you looked at clause 42 at page 75 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, this thing is not just limited to the statute specified here, but Honorable Speaker, it says that it will relate to the Financial Reporting Center, all supervisory bodies, and all self-regulating bodies. So all bodies falling under that category are so obligated. Honorable Speaker, the bill also has provisions imposing very onerous obligations on these bodies mentioned in clause 42A. In fact, let me tell the House that if you looked at the body of accountants, the body of certified public secretaries, and the other bodies not specifically mentioned but captured within clause 42A, like the Law Society of Kenya, essentially these bodies will be doing nothing, Honorable Speaker, other than peeping around behind members to see whether they comply. And remember, if they don't, Honorable Speaker, according to this act, then they will necessarily be sanctioned even as the regulatory bodies. So that one needs to be looked at very keenly. Honorable Speaker, there is the provision relating to I across the various acts, that whatever authority we are talking about, Honorable Speaker, will take such action as is necessary to supervise and to enforce compliance by reporting institutions. Honorable Speaker, this is very serious to me. Honorable Speaker, where you have a situation where you are saying a body can sanction any Kenyan for acts as serious as terrorism, for acts as serious as money laundering.
You give him an additional 5 minutes.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, where you have a body is in a situation where it is being empowered to take such action. Remember, this is a matter of terrorism. Honorable Murugara and my friends have defended people who have been wrongly accused for terrorism before. Honorable Speaker, there is a time we had some mosque for which people
fundraised somewhere, I think in Eastleigh down here. And there was a gentleman called Babatunde Taiwo, appointed by the United Nations to sit somewhere in this country to have a report on terrorism in the Horn of Africa. That gentleman used to sit somewhere at Westgate here. And I'm telling you this from experience. Anybody you had a grievance with, you just needed to approach that guy where he was taking coffee at Westgate, you give him money, and those people were mentioned. I got people mentioned and blamed to be the coordinators of terrorism in the Horn of Africa, people who cannot even hold a firearm. People had known for very long. And Honorable Speaker, if we didn't intervene, I can tell you, those for whom we didn't intervene disappeared, and it has never been known where they went to date. The emphasis I'm making, Honorable Speaker, is that when we have a law dealing with a serious matter of money laundering, the serious matter of terrorism, let us be careful to ensure that it is so specific, it is so restricted in terms of enforcement, there is no much discretion left on the enforcers, so that we don't have a situation where for personal grievances, for political grievances, for whatever reason a person will just come, you've taken money to circle like parliamentary circle, and they say that is money that was being laundered without evidence, and then they guillotine you. So I'm requesting for circumspection on laws of this nature. And then because of that, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say that there are provisions and provisions here. Look at, Honorable Speaker, the very last provision relating to PBOs. And I know any lawyer, including my good friends serving this House in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, will agree with me there is a problem. We have created the Act. Honorable Speaker, let me open it. Honorable Speaker, when you look at page 115, there is a clause there, 43A. And let me draw the attention of the members to it. It says, the authority, this will be the PBOA authority, shall have powers to oversight and monitor public benefit organizations that are at risk of terrorism financing, and in particular, listen to A, periodically identify organizations that are likely to be at risk of terrorist financing and abuse. Honorable Speaker, all public benefit organizations are registered under this act by the Public Benefits Organization Authority.
Public Benefits Authority,
yes.
Another word for NGOs. You know?
What we were calling national NGOs, government.
Yes.
We are saying that...
Non-governmental organizations, yes.
Yes, the non-governmental organizations. Initially it was Coordination Board, now it is under the Public Benefits Act.
Yeah.
This provision is saying the authority will regularly be identifying organizations which are at risk of, this terrorism financing and other issues. Do you know the loophole we are creating? You want to deregister an organization, like you remember the complaints we had during Gen Z with some organizations. You just say you've been identified as an authority which is at risk of terrorism or terrorism financing, and by then before you speak about it, you will be deregistered. I want to say some of these provisions, although we must fight money laundering, although, Honorable Speaker, we must fight terrorism and there are things we need to do, we must be careful to ensure that the excuses of the need to fight these grievous vices, Honorable Speaker, is not used to weaken, to limit the rights of the people and to give people the leeway to determine the Honorable Farah Malim is a terrorist and to deal with them as they. Today we are here, tomorrow we'll be there. Let us have time to look at this in good detail for posterity and only accept the things which are beneficial to the country. For all those reasons, Honorable Speaker, I personally remain opposed to this law. I thank you.
The Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, sometimes I feel surprised that at times we bring laws in this house without proper ventilation, without having thought thoroughly the import of the law. Honorable Speaker, I just want to go straight, first of all, to what the majority leader always says, that if you do not understand the bill, you simply go to the memorandum of objects and reasons to understand the gist and the objective of the bill. One of the reasons, if you look at it, the bill seeks to amend various acts of parliament relating to anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, and countering the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, in addressing the technical compliance deficiencies identified arising from the East and Southern Africa anti-money laundering group, relating to the relating and review of Financial Action Task Force and matters incidental thereafter. So, Honorable Speaker, and the country needs to understand, this law is not a Kenyan-generated law. These amendments to the various acts as listed are not Kenyan-generated. They have literally been imposed to us by probably some lobby group or some amorphous group that whose legal position or legal authority is unknown in this country. Probably whoever was the move of this bill, and that's the leader of majority party, would have had an opportunity to explain to us what is this Southern Africa anti-money laundering group that we're relating to, that have undertaken a review of Kenya and determined that quite a number of laws needs to be amended. Granted that the bill basically makes several amendments. Some honor cast amendments on the Process of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act that changes the word from agency director to the agency director from the word director. Those are basic amendments that I will appreciate can be done. But Honorable Speaker, when we go to various amendments to the touch of specific laws, that's where now the gist of the matter starts. If you go to the appendix, amending section 48 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, it says, insert the new paragraph immediately after paragraph B. And that what does it say? Dealers in precious metals and dealers in precious stones, when they engage in any cash transactions with a customer equal to or above $15,000. In essence, what the bill is trying to do, Honorable Speaker, and the people of Kenya needs to understand, they're criminalizing any dealing of any money of a certain value, regardless whether the source is genuine, is clean or not. So that to an extent that if you deal with $15,000, then you must be believed to be probably trying to launder money or actually finance terrorism. Honorable Speaker, again, when you go to the various acts, and I want to hear the speaker, when he mentioned about the NGOs that we used to know then, now the public benefits organizations. Honorable Speaker, this bill, I can tell the Kenyans wherever you are, is going to kill the NGOs. The Americans, Trump has killed the NGOs. This bill is going to bury the NGOs. Literally, because there was a guy who used to be in charge of some NGO registration, some guy, when he doesn't like you, for political vendetta, he can say the NGO you are running is an NGO meant to finance terrorism and undertake those kind of actions. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge, Honorable Speaker, again, terrorism is an ever-moving target. Terrorism is never a fixed target. We have used terrorism as a platform to harass, intimidate, and literally defranchise very many people, very many communities in this country. You again bring another law that makes it practically impossible that even if I had 100,000 bob in my pocket, or Parliament gives me money, I take that money to the circle or support any group, any village, we are literally saying we are finished. So I want to ask the mover of the bill, that we need to make adequate efforts to relook at it, subject to adequate public participation. And I hope the report they have presented has addressed these fears that we are addressing here. At least as we have a platform to articulate the issues here, there are very many silent Kenyans outside there that really needs to be addressed and taken to speed to be told exactly what's the import of this bill. What is the mischief in this amendment bill? What's the mischief? What is it trying to cure that the current laws cannot cure? Granted that there are changes to director, to such kind of things, those are basic ones that can be done, but any change to the substantive other bills, and the bills here being changed are quite a number, asset recovery, so many other things that requires literally thorough interrogation and enough time to ventilate on it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On that remark, I have adequate sufficient reservation about this bill. And I do believe even when it comes to the committee of the whole House, we might make far-reaching amendments that the spirit of the bill is lost. So probably it might be important for the House leadership to go and reflect, either withdraw it so that we draft it properly, or allow it to water it to nothing without achieving what you intended to achieve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chair, National Assembly Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to contribute to this very important debate on the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws, Amendment Bill of 2025, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, at the heart of this bill lies a fundamental truth that the integrity of our financial system is inseparable from our national security, our economic competitiveness, and our global reputation. Honorable Speaker, this is just your routine registry proposal. It is a strategic response to an international call to action. We are debating this bill today, Honorable Speaker, because Kenya is currently on the Financial Action Task Force grey list. And that unless we act, Honorable Speaker, with urgency, the consequences could be severe and long-lasting. Why does this bill matter, Honorable Speaker? It is important to understand the different levels of the Financial Action Task Force, what's called FATF listing, and their implications. There are two main lists. You're either on the gray lists or on the black lists. The gray lists, officially known as the jurisdiction under increased monitoring, includes countries like now Kenya, that has strategic deficiencies in their anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, but they have formally committed to resolving them within agreed timelines.
The Honorable Kimani Korea will be heard in silence.
So, Honorable Speaker, the two listings, gray and black, it means gray that you have deficiencies in law about matters of anti-money laundering, but you have committed within a speculated amount of time to the Financial Action Task Force to bridge those anomalies, Honorable Speaker. Blacklist on the other side means you have no commitment. I will speak to debate this bill, Honorable Speaker. We are between a flying pan and the fire. We are the grey lists. If we do not pass these laws that we have committed to, it means we go to blacklist. What does going to the blacklist mean? It means as a country, you have agreed to become a haven for financial flows on terrorism, on what we call counter-proliferation, which means financing for mass destruction weapons. So, Honorable Speaker, as we debate this matter, let us remember those two things. We are either on the grey lists or the black lists. We are on the grey list because we have a commitment that there are laws that are deficient in this country that we need to pass. And if we don't, Honorable Speaker, we go to the black list. and we join countries like Iran and North Korea, Honorable Speaker. Do you want to be Iran and North Korea as a country of the Republic of Kenya? That is why this bill proposes to amend 10 different statutes. The Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Act, the Prevention of Terrorism Act, the Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Act, the Circle Societies Act, the Mining Act, the Accountants Act, the Asset Agents Act, Certified Public Secretaries Act, the Tribal Benefit Utility, and the Public Benefits Authority. And the essence of the amendment to all these laws, and like what honorable members, some of the honorable members have been raising concerns about, is to give them power or to give them the legislative framework they need to check the operations of these particular institutions on suspicion of counterterrorism, Honorable Speaker. Suspicion of all these anti-money laundering, counterterrorism, and proliferation, Honorable Speaker, does not mean that they are guilty. It just means that they need for what you call KYC. Know your customer in the banking sector, for example, that when you interact with the bank, when you're doing your bank transaction, it is the responsibility of the bank to understand the customer and know this money that you're transferring, what is it for? This money that you're depositing, what is it for? But now, with the changes in law, where we have a lot of money is held by betting companies, we have a lot of money held by SACCOs, we have a lot of money held as minerals, Honorable Speaker. It is important because, Honorable Speaker, in 2025, a lot of finances is not necessarily held by banks as it was used in a few years ago. And I think, Honorable Speaker, one of the amendments that I'll be proposing this floor is to include virtual assets and cryptocurrencies under the view of anti-terrorism, Honorable Speaker, under this law. Because now, with the evolution of the financial system, we have money moving away from our traditional financial system of banks. Now there are people holding money as virtual assets in terms of bitcoins and cryptocurrencies. We have a lot of money holding money in our SACCOs. I'm happy to see my chairman of my SACCO, Pacos. Pacos is one of the greatest SACCOs in this country, which holds billions of deposits and savings and shares, Honorable Speaker. And it's therefore important that the same scrutiny that is done on banking transactions is done on SACCO transactions, is done on betting transactions, is done on mineral transactions, is done in our estates as per the Estate Agents, as per the Estate Agents Act, Honorable Speaker. Some of the provisions of this bill, Honorable Speaker, for example, also intends to, can we take out or take away entities that are not high risk, Honorable Speaker, like the non-profit making organizations. These are money that are put together to build the welfare of the people, which now this risk, this particular bill takes them away from what we call the risk-based approach and now leaves them from the oversight of this particular law, Mr. Speaker. This law is also providing new definitions and stronger sanctions, like, for example, what terrorism financing mean, what dealer in precious stones means, and it is posing, very importantly, substantial penalties on unregistered estate agents and other actors who operate outside the regulatory framework. This will close very dangerous loopholes that have previously been exploited. Honorable Speaker, I painfully remember the butchering of 147 candidates at Garissa University. You all remember the bombing act. I think I was in class 6 or 7 that time of Nairobi, of the embassy here at Cooperative House during the Nairobi bombing act. We all remember the recent action at Dusit. Why was that made possible? It is because it was possible to flow finances to finance those terrorism acts. The parents of those students from Garissa University have never recovered. Their lives were lost. Lives of very young Kenyans at that particular time, Honorable Speaker. This law, Honorable Speaker, will ensure.
What is out of order, Honorable?
Is the Honorable Kimani, whom I have a lot of respect for, right in insinuating that there was money laundering that was used to finance those things? Can he give us the information on that? Because we really want to know what was the money laundering, what was the source, where it went through for the people to execute what happened in Garissa, in Dusit, in the one that happened in wherever it is, where those money went through, and give us the trail of the money and who has been arrested in that process. That's a point of order he's supposed to respond to.
The Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Speaker, I thank our substantive speakers panel for this information. The matters of anti-money laundering, or what you call terrorism act, has scientifically three perspectives: anti-money laundering, proliferation, and terrorism acts. Yes, that difficult word. And that is a fact. There is a financial